there's no new things that teams can figure out. But somehow throughout these 2 years, they've kept managing to figure out, and we're about to see it right now. The best 4 teams from each region will come together to race for $300,000. After a 6-week season, this is where everything comes together. Every map counts, every poll counts. These teams are going to have to push their abilities to the limit.
Now is going to continue with the running it down mid strat. That is a 4 Sarid pack snap into the immediate binding shot to not let anything leap out. This is not an easy strategy, yet somehow they pull it off perfectly.
He is just kiting the 4 awakened mobs, and the rest of the group is just dealing with Harlan's tweet.
Oh, and the whole team goes down.
Deplete from Beyond keeps doing it again and again.
They have done the impossible.
This might be the best set of teams that we've ever had at the finals. Every team looks so strong. That was the craziest moment in MDI history.
Incredibly intense competition. And now, Tettles, here we are to see who is going to take home the lion's share of $300,000.
Well, we're back again, Jack. Good to see you guys. Yeah, dude, I'm super stoked, and I hope all top 8 teams have taken the 2 weeks of practice that they've gotten and are prepared for a great weekend of shows and a great weekend of matches.
That's right. And not only are we going to be looking at how these teams are adapting to having, pretty large amount of practice coming forward into this one, Nagura, but we're also going to be scaling up some of those dungeons as well, adding, an extra layer of complexity to some of these routes.
Yeah, so we're going to be playing level 21 dungeons. They also managed to get gems on their gear now in Tournament Realm, and they also increased their corruption resistance. So we might see some different comps, different strategies, especially because of the higher levels. And again, with the increased practice time that they had, we might see some even riskier strategies that we saw in the cups.
That's right. Now let's take a look at our standings to see how these teams got here. As we're looking at the EU and Asia region, we've got Wunderbar, formerly Method EU, at the top of the list, followed by Perplexed, Deplete from Beyond, and The Boys. The Boys narrowly getting into these grand finals through a tiebreaker with Self-Reliance here, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing coming out of this region is that we always thought that Method EU or now Wunderbar were just clearly the best team in the region, but Perplexed really showed us near the end of the season, especially in that third cup, that they can absolutely compete with Wunderbar, and hopefully they can continue that trend here in the grand finals.
That's right, and that's going to be one of the big questions as well, Tettles, is how are they going to start matching up against the US region here, as we see Method NA, formerly known as Method NA, now Golden Guardians, sitting at that #1 spot with Complexity Limit and Goosey Bad tied up in standings as well.
Oh yeah, I do think that the top 2 of the American region with Golden Guardians and Ethical are going to be bringing a lot this weekend. I think that both of those teams with the 2 weeks of preparation, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Golden Guardians are able to battle it out with the Titans of the European region, Perplexed and Wunderbar. So it'll be nice to see how everything just works out this weekend.
That's right, and it's going to be most interesting to see where a lot of these teams start aligning as well. When we take a look at our bracket, we've got Wunderbar at the top, facing off against Goosey Bad. Nagura, I love to see these new logos. They're just looking fantastic for these teams.
Beautiful. Yeah, I love those logos. And yeah, as you mentioned, I think the second and the fourth game specifically is going to be the #2 seed versus the #3 seed from opposite regions. I think those are going to be the closest ones. But even the #1 versus #4 seed, respectively, is probably also going to be closer than what we are used to, just because these are the global finals and we have the top 4 teams from both regions.
That's right, and we see Wunderbar squaring off against Goosey Bad, Golden Guardians going up against the Boys, and I think some of the closest matchups are also really going to be some of those 2nd and 3rd seeds coming up here, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit pre-broadcast, but I think, like Nagura touched on, those 2 versus 3 seed matchups are going to be incredibly close. We talked about Ethical kind of being undervalued in terms of how strong they were. They were an incredibly consistent team overall, and The other thing that Nagur also touched on is that these teams have had 2 weeks to practice these map pools. In previous cups, they only had 2 days to practice the majority of the map pools. So scaling that up to 2 weeks instead of 2 days, these guys are going to be incredibly well practiced, especially on these affixes. And if there's any day that we're going to see any chance of any sort of upsets, it's going to be today.
That's right. Wunderbar versus Goosey Bad will start us off, followed by Ethical versus Deplete from Beyond, then Golden Guardians versus the Boys, and Perplexed versus Complexity Limit. So be a pretty short day on this one, Tettles, as Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are all dedicated to MDI goodness. We'll be looking at where these teams are going to end up, but nobody's getting eliminated just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that part of this, too, is that we're going to see the highest quality of matches today. So I would expect to see a few more 3-game series than you would traditionally expect for typically for the first round. So it's going to be a jam-packed full day, even though it is only 4 matches, like you mentioned.
That's right. Let's take a look at our maps and our bans so far, as we do see Wunderbar banning Atal'Dazar. Kind of unheard of, Nagur, considering what we saw from them earlier in the season, having some insane times. And unfortunately, Goosey Bad's also banning Reaping, which we forgot to mention was going to be mixed into the map pool.
I'm so sad that they banned Reaping. So we do have this the old 4th affix here from the old season, which everyone loved. Everyone loved Reaping, right? So sad to see that they actually banned this map. But yeah, Reaping is going to be part of this global final. It's going to be in Waycrest Manor and in Underrot, but not in every series. Sometimes it's going to be Reaping in Waycrest and Underrot, and sometimes it's going to be Awakened, the current affix.
That's right. Well, let's get ourselves started off in Freehold, as we've got Fortified, Bolstering, and Grievous to get us going. Wunderbar versus Goosey Bad right now.
All right, so we're going to see Freehold as the first game. We have Bolstering in this dungeon as far as I know, so it's going to be interesting to see how the teams play around that affix specifically, because Freehold is a dungeon where you usually see those huge pulls, but with Bolstering it might be a little bit more difficult to pull that off.
Yeah, Freehold's definitely one of the dungeons where we see kind of 2 differing strategies depending on what the affixes are. When it's bolstering, we tend to see, like we're seeing here from Wunderbar, triple Hunter comp, just to make sure that they can deal with consistent damage throughout the dungeon. Of course, if it wasn't bolstering, we'd be seeing some DK stacking, but because we're in this bolstering affix, we're seeing a lot of Hunters coming out from both teams, and already just differences in pull sizes. Wunderbar going for that similar pull strategy that we've seen throughout the entire year so far, whereas it looks like Goosey Bad's going for a slightly smaller pull.
Yeah, definitely looks like a bigger pull. Wunderbar also committed their Bloodlust for this pull, while Goosey Bad is holding on to it. Now, in the past, we've seen teams do the dungeon so quickly that they would save the Bloodlust for the last boss. But it looks like Wunderbar definitely does get a second Bloodlust off in this dungeon. And yeah, as you mentioned, they also get a lot more percentage here, as they just now finished off the pull with 18%.
Yep, so big difference in trash percentages like we just mentioned, just a lot more trash committed on the side of Wunderbar, but like you also mentioned, they don't have Bloodlust for the boss here. I imagine Goosey Bad is going to be using that Bloodlust on the boss, and you have to remember that on this 21 affix, things scale up tremendously from the 19 that we were seeing in our normal cups. These bosses, everything in the dungeon has about 24% more HP and damage value, so that's 24% more damage on every single target ability. Of course, offset by the fact that they now have more corruption resistance and gems on top of that, so they can maybe run a little bit more verse for damage reduction if possible. But everything becomes significantly more dangerous, because, of course, with the scaling that we gave classes, they get a lot more damage, but their survivability doesn't really go up that much.
Yeah, and it also looks like they're running a different strategy here. We see Goosey Bad adapting to this new strategy we've seen on live servers being played a lot on really high keys, where the boss is being pulled onto this corner basically, and the melees are standing outside of the arena. So whenever the Azerite shot is being casted, they line of sight the shot behind one of the fences. So this is why the boss is positioned this way for Goosey Bad. While Wunderbar, on the other hand, they are using this old strategy, and Zelia is just tanking the shot instead of line of sighting it.
You saw that shot took Zelia down to 8% HP. Yeah. You can live that on Fortified, definitely not on Tyrannical, though that could have been really bad. But of course, you can see the big difference between running that third Hunter versus running a Rogue. The single target damage from the Rogue just really can't compare to Hunter. We've seen Beast Mastery Hunter really show up a lot recently, especially with the corruption vendor being added to WoW. Of course, when they can stack all of those percentage stack corruptions, they can get a bunch of crit and haste on top of what they normally run. BM just becomes such a consistent single target class that they can really outperform just about every spec in the game. So that's why the triple hunter is so powerful here.
Yeah, and it looks like Wunderbar is engaging the second boss heal. Well, as you can see, Gingy is not actually here with the group. Gingy did go to the Ring of Booty to start the event because it is quite a long RP until the pick spawns, and therefore you have the hunter just walk off. Basically, he's doing the rogue's job, and Goosey Bat on their side is running that rogue for this job, but it will mean that they'll have less damage overall, just because what Siren just mentioned, Hunter just overall gonna do more damage compared to a rogue.
Yeah, it's just way better in general. Now I'm curious. I want to check out our gear and talents. You can check that out with the link in the description, by the way, guys. If you want to check out the MDI companion, something that's come across for a lot of the players, they've kind of there's differing builds based off of what they feel like they need to run for the dungeon. So something that I've seen a lot of the monk healers run in specific for some dungeons is instead of running full damage in terms of gushing wounds, they actually stack versatility. Because not only does the damage not really that significantly different in AoE and single target, but you just have something like 30% damage reduction the entire time. It doesn't look like that's what Zayli is running right now. He's more stacking gushing and expedience right now. So maybe they just don't think that's necessary in this dungeon, but that's definitely something that we're going to see in some of the more damage-heavy dungeons coming out later on, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Hante is running the versatility build with the versatile amplifiers. And I looked at the damage from both of the healers on the first boss, and it looked very similar. I think Hante even did a little bit more single target damage compared to Zalia. So definitely very similar damage in those two builds. And as Tyra mentioned, you just get the extra survivability, which really does matter in some of those level 21 keys on Tyrannical. But looks like Wunderbar did finish off the boss, and they also pulled some trash on top of the boss at the very end, and making sure they don't bolster the boss, and now they're up to 30% trash. Unfortunately, Fragments is going down on their skip, though.
Yeah, he got chain hooked in there. I don't think that's supposed to happen there. I think he got hooked out of his camouflage there, so not quite perfect in terms of execution there. Zalia should be able to get a res off pretty easily here, but that's going to be a little bit of time loss for them. But from what we can see so far, they're still cruising. They're still 16% ahead in trash count right now, and with Goosey Bad just now getting the boss down, those 5 seconds on the bar shouldn't amount to much as long as Wunderbar stays clean throughout the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, and one more advantage here for not having a rogue is that they can pull those crushers on top of Ludwig, because the crushers, they don't really cost them any damage for Wunderbar because they don't have any melee that need to walk away from those AoEs on the floor, right? All those hunters, they're going to be able to continue damage while all of this area of denial is happening around the crushers. While on the other hand, Goosey Bad has a rogue, and even though the rogue does have an increased range because he's outlaw, he's still going to lose a little bit of damage from just having to run around it, dodging it left and right.
Yep. You're going to see rogue just kind of have a lot of issues here. They're not going to be able to do much, especially if they go for this similar pull with the Crusher. But Goosey Bad's going for an entirely different pull here, just pulling a lot of trash on top of the Crusher, not going into the Ring of Booty right away like we saw from Wunderbar. This is going to be, like you said, still a difficult pull. If that Crusher does its AoE around, the Rogue's kind of going to have issues and difficulty doing a lot of damage. So you're going to see Hunters and the Warrior doing a lot of damage, and you're going to see the Rogue underneath the healer for a lot of the pull like we're seeing, unfortunately, on their side.
Yeah, definitely a big difference in damage here because rogues just don't scale as well as hunters do with the corruption basic. That's the biggest issue with the damage difference here from hunters to rogues. And we see Wunderbar did now down Ludwig. They are doing another pull here. I think they pulled even 3 trash packs on top of each other. Bolstering Manage is so incredibly important for these kind of pulls because not only does it become super difficult if you bolster a lot of those mobs at the end for the tank and for the AoE damage that they do that is not avoidable, but on top of that you also just lose a lot of time if you get a bunch of bolstering stacks like you see on some of these mobs are here.
Yeah, and remember, we're 21 fortified, so these mobs have a lot of HP, probably something like 4 or 5 million HP each, and if you start bolstering them up, even though they're at 5 to 10% HP, if they have like 6 bolstering stacks, they could still have several million HP. So you really have to make sure you're perfect with your management. Now, something that we see a lot on Trothek, especially with the triple range comp, they do pull Crushers on top of Trothek. Now, for some reason, I think it's Z-axis things in this dungeon, the Crushers don't actually bolster the boss if you kill them on top of the boss. So this is an incredibly efficient pull, especially on 3 targets. It activates that rapid reload trait that hunters run, lowering the cooldown of their main damaging ability. Damaging cooldown, rather. So this is an incredibly efficient pull. They can really get a lot of boss damage out here. They pretty much have their aspect of the wild up. the entire time. So they're doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, the only problem here is that Zalia won't be able to do a lot of damage, but that's going to be worth it for sure if you run those triple hunters to get that extra damage increase. Zalia is even getting some damage in, as you can see, him being in melee range here, just spinning around, and even some more mobs are being pulled on top here. We saw the neutrals being pulled and a trash pack as well. This is actually a very dangerous pull. You can see how much damage the whole group is taking, and then on top of that they also have the Grievous here. They want to make sure they kill everything very evenly so to not bolster Trothak or any of the other mobs.
Yeah, I mean, it was just perfectly planned, right? Like I said, the Crushers don't really matter too much. They're not going to bolster the boss or any of the other mobs. But then once the boss reached about half HP, they decided to pull the rest of the trash in. And this is just good for bolstering management, right? If the boss is at like 5 to 10% HP when those trash mobs start dying, it's not going to be that big of a deal. They just have to make sure they don't get one shot by the Shark Toss. As long as that doesn't happen, the bolstering management shouldn't be an issue here. And you can see everything is slowly getting whittled down. Just perfect execution here from Freehold.
Yeah, very well done. And they pulled the perfect trash group into this as well. There's no harpooners, which would make this pull almost impossible, right? There's no one who's getting hooked into the trash. The only mobs they had were scrappers, which are the ones that are fixating people, and those are not really a problem for their setup because they have the soothe, which just gets rid of it, and they have 3 of them. So, and they also have stuns, of course, from Zalia and from Now. Therefore, there's no problem with that fixate, and now they are moving on already. Not even 10 minutes into the dungeon, and they're already on their way to the last boss.
Yep, and I would assume since they have 4 awakened mobs still alive, that we're probably going to see some kiting from Wunderbar here. We're going to see Zalia hopefully running across that bridge with the 4 awakened mobs behind him, and that's even more impressive to think about here. Because remember, we're on 21 now.
I'm not sure if they will.
Oh, they might not.
They didn't clear the trash, right?
Did they?
I'm not sure if they cleared the trash that was in front of the bridge. Maybe
I wonder now. It looks like they're
otherwise-
going to get 100% trash percentage here, right? This is 100%
yeah,
100% trash
probably.
percentage. Yeah, so
Yeah,
they're definitely going to be kiting. And now the thing, the boss isn't going to last that long. It is fortified. They should be able to burst it down pretty quickly. And you can see the Bloodlust is off cooldown at about 15 seconds, so that'll be ready right when they pull the boss. And I mean, this is ridiculously quick. They're going to be on 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, 30 seconds when they actually end up engaging the boss. This could be like a sub 12-minute run right here.
Yeah, this is actually incredibly fast. You see they also, yeah, they get 100% here with the Ravager pack that they triggered at the very last second here. You saw all of the traps coming out by the hunters. They trapped the higher or the different HP mobs. This was actually very, very smart. So basically they pulled all of the trash that had the same amount of HP together, but they CC'd the Ravagers because the Ravagers would be killing some of the mobs too early and therefore bolster the rest of the trash. So they CC'd the Ravagers and the different HP mobs and killed the rest of the trash, and once the rest of the trash was done, they engaged the Ravagers and they finished off the rest of the trash. So this was really smart by them. And now we see Zalia starting to kite those 4 awakened mobs while the rest of the group is fighting Harlan Sweet.
And you can see like the meticulous setup for this pull, right? Zalia popped all his personal cooldowns to make sure that he took enough damage to gain enough healing aggro on the 4 awakened mobs, so that there's absolutely no chance that the 3 hunters could ever pull healing aggro off of Zalia here, giving himself plenty of, leeway and room to make sure that they can, pop their exil, pop their healing potions, make sure they never have any chance of gaining any aggro. So Zalia is just free to run in circles here while his team deals with the boss. Harlan Sweet already down to 50% HP, and of course once it's 30, he takes double damage, so they're pretty much already done with the fight. None of their health bars have even really moved.
Yeah, and I mean, it is Grievous, right? But as you mentioned, they only get the damage when they get the AoE barrage. And yes, you saw 2 of them just use their acceleration to get rid of that Grievous effect on them. And they should be totally fine to finish this off. They also have the turtle available in case they do need it. And of course also have health pots available. So yeah, just pretty incredible run by Wunderbar here. They did have this 1 death coming in on Fragments, which really didn't cost them as much time. Zalia dropping really well though. If Zalia does go down, it could still mean a wipe, even if Harlan Sweet is below 30%. But if the healer goes down, it can cause a wipe really quickly.
But he's not going to go down, and Harlan Sweet is going to be going down here for Wunderbar, and they're picking up where they wanted to leave off. Again with the first map in a completely clean series here, or rather Freehold here, rather.
There you go. Are you good?
I got it. We're good. We're getting back into it. It's been a bit.
I was gonna say, we're getting back into it, and like you mentioned, Wunderbar hasn't lost a step as they take that first game victory. And Tettles, this is exactly what we want to be seeing out of our, defending champions, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both teams actually looked really good here, and you could tell how much prep Wunderbar put in by just how their bolstering management looked inside of that freehold. So basically that was an 11.5-minute freehold, I think. But whenever you see bolstering is added into that dungeon on a 21 level, that's blazing fast compared to what we've seen even in past. Like, even on a 19, even though the guys had less corruption resistance and no sockets, the damage differential is going to scale faster than the health of the mobs is going to scale faster than the damage that they gained by having that. But an 11.5-minute run, even on a 19, would have been spectacularly fast. So this was just an immaculate run by Wunderbar.
Yeah, without a doubt. And really just, we start seeing a little bit of differences as well, and I think that was one of the most interesting things you pointed out throughout the match, Nagura, is we're starting to see some differences on how everybody's building for specific dungeons, whether they're going with more versatility, whether they're going to stick to that extra damage. You'd love to start seeing where is everybody kind of differing, because they've had 2 weeks of kind of hiding away what their strategies have been without not wanting to share any of it.
Yeah, I think this is a big reason why this is going to be so interesting, this global final, because if you remember the very first week of the first cup that we had this year, everyone was playing different comps, everyone was playing different strategies, because people couldn't really look at what everyone else is doing, right? So everyone has to come up with their own strategies and with their own ideas of how the dungeon should be played perfectly. So there's just going to be some differences in strategies and differences in gear and so on. And that's why I think it's going to be incredibly interesting to see how these teams handle all of it. And Wunderbar is showing us such a fast freehold really on bolstering is already impressive.
Without a question. Tettles, what do you got to break down for us throughout this game?
Ooh, we're gonna take a gander at immaculate bolstering management. So first off, we have the first pull by Wunderbar. They get 18% trash count inside of this first pull. I would say that this is a fairly common first pull, but the real crux of the bolstering management from both teams actually is how they are pulling these giants, these crushers. So basically the crushers will get bolstered by mobs around them whenever they die, but the crushers themselves, whenever they die, do not bolster other mobs. So they're taking what is normally a pretty inefficient mob from both teams and adding it into multiple pulls. So like you saw, Wunderbar pulled it into Trothak and Ludwig. Goosey Bad doing something very similar. They also had it into like a Harpooner pull. And you're taking those mobs that are typically inefficient and pulling them into high health targets because they don't bolster and because you're able to get count in a more efficient manner. And then on top of that, Wunderbar doing a very typical kiting of the obelisk strategy, Zalia just making that look picture perfect, even hitting Goosey Bad with the BM Hearthstone channel at the very end of his kiting path, if you saw that. So it was just a great run all around.
Yeah, and again, what we come to really expect from our defending champions as well. But let's start talking a little bit about Goosey Bad as well, Zyra. What do you think was just like the missing element, or was it just them saying, okay, well, we know we're going up against possibly the best team that MDI has ever seen. We're going to do our best, but we're going to start prepping for later rounds.
I mean, it's tough to say, right? I mean, going into the MDI finals as the 4th seed, going up against, like you mentioned, possibly the best team we've ever seen in the MDI, it's a tall task, and you have to really question whether or not it's worth practicing the first round matches against them, right? Maybe you can come up with something pretty significant that'll have a chance to beat them, but there's definitely a possibility that they decided, you know what, we're probably not going to beat these guys, we should spend more of our time practicing for the lower bracket afterwards.
That's right. Well, the next round we've got coming up is going to be King's Rest, and we've got Tyrannical, Raging, and Explosive, Nagura. Ugh. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, that is actually going to be tough because it is at 21, so with the increased level and Tyrannical as well, it can definitely cause some issues for those teams because the bosses in King's Rest are just known to be to do so much damage on the team with the Spit Gold on the first buff, and then you also have the Severing Axe on the third boss as well. Now, we've seen them run racials with the dwarfs to get rid of those, to make it a little bit easier to heal, but it can still cause a lot of issues. And on top of that, you also have the Raging and the Explosive as well.
That's right. There's going to be a lot for these teams to deal with, especially as dungeons are continuing to start scaling up as well. And were you noticing anything else, Zyro, in terms of corruption that some of the teams are running? I mean, I know we had like triple hunters, so it was pretty much all severe. Anything that was standing out for the tanks or healers past the gushing versatility?
Then the main thing that I think we can point out here is that every single one of the hunters that I can see is not running the Skitcher bow anymore. They're not running that cooldown reduction corruption. They're just running the Zoth bow, the 485 gun rather, and then just running full stack corruptions, crit percentage, haste percentage, mastery percentage, just really taking advantage of the kind of ridiculous across the board stat scaling that hunters have.
Yeah, so realistically, the reason that they're going to be running the gun is because it is just significantly more AoE damage whenever you are pulling really big. It's same with the Masterful Corruption. Masterful gives them basically way better AoE because of their Primal Instinct traits. So it really makes sense as to why they're running that. I don't think it comes as any surprise to either Zyro or myself. Probably Nagura doesn't know a ton about Hunter.
Tettle's been studying up on the Hunter, and we've also been studying up on some of these bosses, Nagura. King-Dazar, absolutely deadly with a peak of 7 lives claimed at one point.
Yeah, and I mean, what I'm the most surprised about on this statistic here is the average completion time, 3 minutes 16. And of course, this is for 19 dungeons, right, from the cups. So yeah, this boss just takes a really long time. And I think part of the reason why it takes them so long is because most of the teams are playing 4 obelisks on top of that last boss, which is just incredibly dangerous. And of course, it also takes a long time to finish off all of these awakened mobs. So yeah, and we'll see if both of those teams decide to play 4 obelisks again on that higher keystone level and the tyrannical affix.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, while we've seen a lot of lives and big wipes going on in Dazar, most of the time, though, the wipe percentage, the average number of wipes that we really end up seeing, Zyro, is very low. A lot of very successful clears of this boss. Doesn't seem like it's going to be as painful as some of the other end bosses that we're going to be seeing later on in the tournament.
That 0.06 average wipes comes out to about 1 in every 16 runs ends up wiping on King-Dazar here. So he's not that dangerous. I'd really like to see what the first boss difficulty is, because we know that Spit Gold, especially on Tyrannical, can start chunking people. So let's see how these teams are prepared for Tyrannical King's Rest.
That's right, round 2 coming up between Wunderbar and Goosey Bad. Let's get into it.
All right, so this is the last chance for Goosey Bad to continue this series. They need to win this game since it is a best of 3. Goosey Bad now also switching to that triple hunter setup, which we've seen in King's Rest a lot, just because it's such a single target heavy dungeon, and hunters are just known to be incredibly good for that specific dungeon. We see an interesting skip attempt coming up by Wunderbar here, as Celia is getting feared. Since they are playing Alliance here, they don't have this the Blood Elf racial to get rid of those, and they don't have any other dispel like a Master Spell or anything like that, so they have to deal with these minions differently.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to be running through and shadow melding off these constructs here. Goosey Bad did not deal with those shadow adds like we saw Wunderbar deal with. So that's going to be a little bit of efficiency saved up for Wunderbar later on when they want to start chaining in those Guardians to the next few pulls. Goosey Bad's going to have to figure out a clean way of dealing with them later on, so we'll keep an eye on that difference here. Of course, the difference in dungeon progression right now is that Goosey Bad gets to start pulling these trash mobs earlier. And already we're seeing another difference from what we saw in the 19s earlier on from Goosey Bad, but can't speak too soon as Wunderbar has decided to say, you know what, we're still going for it on 21. We're pretty much pulling the entire room and committing our bloodlust to it and AoEing it down with those hunters. You can see now is topping the damage meters on that Prot Warrior here.
Wow, all right, so they pulled the whole trash in the first room together now. Did start kiting because now they're all raging at the same time. This is incredibly dangerous because any of those deathly chills going through now will be very difficult for now to survive. I think they timed the spell reflect perfectly here. They were having now leap away once they were out of interrupts, and then when they were enraging and now had to spell reflect back up, he was going back in and then spell reflected those deathly chills on the Witch Doctor. So very well done by them as they're up to 20% trash now, while Goosey Bad decided to handle this a little bit slower and do it in 2 pulls instead of 1.
And that's really opened up the dungeon already for Wunderbar here. They're already pulling the boss, while Goosey Bad is just now engaging the final trash pack in the room, so any any time behind that Wunderbar was that has just been completely caught up right now. They're already on the boss. They're already cleaving down these 2 Guardians on top of it. Now, another advantage that triple hunter comp brings to this boss is that you can aspect of the turtle those initial spit gold debuffs, so you don't actually have to worry about cleaving down any of those gold adds that spawn during the fight here, and that's just so much nicer. You can spend all of your free time cleaving the boss now. Now, if they do get any spit goals that go through, they can just hunter trap them to not have to worry about dealing them for another minute. So this is just a great comp for dealing with this boss and only making sure you have to focus down the boss.
Yeah, they actually got a little bit lucky here on Wunderbar's side, as they got all spit goals on all different hunters. So they got the perfect value out of immuning all 3 spit goals at the start, meaning Zalia could do a lot of damage here as well in melee range without having to heal the hunters. Now, of course, they're out of aspect of the turtles, and therefore Zalia does need to heal the spit gold. But it looks like it's not a big deal at all, as he's continuing to do damage, up to 40k DPS coming out of that Mistweaver Monk, while Goose Bat, on the other hand, now is also fighting the Golden Serpent and also those 2 constructs that they've pulled on top.
It wouldn't surprise me to see the freezing traps come out here, but honestly, with how quickly this boss is going down, they could probably just DPS him down before the blobs can even get there with maybe like a Ring of Peace or something. That should be all they actually need. But there you go, freezing traps coming out now. They won't have to deal with any of those animated golds. And yeah, they could just single target the boss now. Just perfect execution. Although, like you mentioned, a little lucky with how they got 1 spit gold on each hunter initially, so they actually don't have to DPS the golds at all. Kind of nice for Wunderbar here.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Lucibat did save their Bloodlust for the Golden Serpent, so they used it on the pull with the constructs as well. While of course Wunderbar did commit their Bloodlust for that initial trash pull that they did. They are now downing the boss. Lucibat not even that far behind, considering that they used 2 pulls for the trash compared to the 1 pull on Wunderbar's side. It is a tyrannical fight, so it is definitely close to a minute. I would say that the difference still is in favor of Wunderbar, but there's still a chance for them to get back, as Wunderbar is now fighting the Gauntlet here.
Important to mention is that since it has been a while since we've had a King's Rest or any dungeon in the MDI, really, of course, on our tournament realm, the King's Rest order of these this Gauntlet is fixed, starts in the back left and then goes counterclockwise, so they'll be dealing with the trio next, then of course King and Queen, and then finally the Raptor Pet add as well. And we'll just see them slowly work through that. Of course, while they're dealing with that first trash pack, well, actually, yeah, there we go. The Guardians are just now coming in here. They were tagged by Zalia a little bit earlier. So they'll be cleaving down these 2 Guardians with that next trio and just being efficient with the trash gun. Once again, this King's Rest strat has really just kind of become perfected over the past few cups.
Yeah, and one thing, to be honest, that I haven't really noticed that much yet was explosive. Because on that big pull that we saw on Wunderbar, there weren't actually that many that went off. So it looks like the Hunters are actually doing a really good job dealing with those.
Oh yeah, I mean, just the power of the Hunter right there, just super clean cleave. Now it looks like one of those Guardians is a little bit higher, but they're going to be able to deal with it before the next pack spawns anyways, so just really great execution coming out. Honestly, from both teams here, Gooseybat is putting together a pretty respectable run too. They just didn't quite go for that first room pull that we saw from Wunderbar.
Yeah, and I mean, it is incredibly risky as well. Now we see the minions of Soul actually reaching Gooseybat. So those minions that Wunderbar dealt with at the very start, they had to deal with now. Meaning they lost a little bit of extra time having to deal with those, but didn't look like a big problem for them, as they're now moving on to that second gauntlet with the trio, as you mentioned. And one more thing that you gotta worry about here is raging, but with this triple hunter comp, having free suit to get rid of that raging is just so good. Of course, they need to make sure they're assigning it properly, because Soothe is being used and put on cooldown if you use it on a mob, even if you don't dispel on Enrage. It's not like a normal dispel. If you use a normal dispel, a friendly player dispel, and that person doesn't actually get cleansed from a debuff, then your dispel does not go on cooldown. But if you use an offensive Soothe, and you do not dispel an Enrage, in fact, it still goes on a 10-second cooldown for a Hunter and Druids, and therefore they want to make sure they assign it properly so that they don't end up having a mob that is still raging.
Yeah, that could be a real pain if you don't have everything perfectly planned out, but I would hope that with 2 weeks of practice that all of our teams would have that perfectly planned out at this point. It would be a little weird if they weren't. Now, of course, once again, we're seeing Wunderbar skipping the second obelisk as well, so both of the first 2 obelisks have been skipped on their side. Do you think that they could potentially be going for a 4 obelisk with the final boss here?
I do think that's what they're planning to do for sure. We've seen it on a 19, and it already felt really difficult then. But with the increased gems and increased damage that they're doing, I think it's definitely doable. It is risky for sure, but I think they can pull it off. And we saw them skip the construct here on the bridge. I think it was Salia, which, to be honest, is a bit risky to have your healer pull it to the side. But this is just a small little damage gain again, because the hunters could walk through immediately and immediately start doing damage on this pack that now pulled together. While if it was a hunter that was doing the skip for them, then he would arrive a little bit later and therefore they would lose more damage. So slight little gains here, damage gains, by having the healer pull it apart, and they also now engage Machimba on top of having all of these constructs here.
And that was a slick skip. They essentially skipped a trash pack, but only using the healer's shadow mode. So they have their shadow mode later on if they wanted to, dodge any casts or skip more trash. So that was just clean from there. And like you mentioned, the warrior's a dwarf. He couldn't have shadow mode skipped. He probably would have had to commit a death there. So not having to commit that, just a little bit of extra clean execution from them there. Great to see from them. Just even small skips like that are perfected, make a route look so much better. And we're seeing a difference here from Goosey Bat here. Pulling Samurek back under Chaos, the Fear guy, of course. Maybe they didn't find a way to deal with skipping the Purification Construct, or they're not as comfortable pulling 4 Awakened mobs on top of the final boss. Not really sure. I'm assuming we'll see later on if Wunderbar does go for the 4 Awakened mob pull. But just slight differences in strategy here, and if Wunderbar is able to pull this off, they're just going to have a faster run in general.
Yeah, for sure. One difference in comms I've just been seeing as well is that all of the hunters on Wunderbar are actually running Night Elves, while Goosey Bat is all running Dwarves, which we've seen Dwarves a lot in this dungeon just because of the fact that not only can you get rid of the bleed effects, so the Severing Axe, and also the bleeds from the Berserkers later on, but you can also get rid of the Samurek Fear debuff. So if you decide to pull Samurek on top of the last boss, you could get rid of those. But it looks like Wunderbar is using the Night Elves. I'm not really sure why. It could be because they want Feign Death and Shadow Melt, or they have some other strategy in mind where they need the Night Elf.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Didn't the hunters all tend to play dwarf before as well in here, just purely for that third boss? I would assume that that's what you would want to do, especially on Tyrannical. So we're gonna have to see whether or not they have that completely planned out. Right now, of course, there is a mechanic with that third boss where you can see where the boss is facing before the bleed debuff goes out and like pre-turtle it. But that's incredibly finicky and requires you to be spread out so you can see where the boss is facing. But it's definitely possible, especially for a team like Wunderbar.
Yeah, it might be possible that they just turtle the debuff off. We'll see as they are now moving on to the next trash pack. While Goosey Bat is now engaging Machimba. They did the Machimba room pretty cleanly on their side as well. So they're not that far behind when it comes to execution in this room, but overall they're one whole boss behind. So just they lost a little bit of time everywhere a little bit. I don't think there's one specific thing they did much slower compared to Wunderbar outside of that first boss room pull. It just looks like they did everything just slightly slower, and of course they also played Samurek, the Obelisk, which cost them a little bit of time as well compared to Wunderbar just skipping all of the Obelisks so far.
Yep, and once this first trash pack is dealt with, we'll very likely see the general skip that we saw perfected at the end of the previous season, where everyone except for one person will be straight running through all of this trash with the speed pod as well as their camouflager and Bizpot, and going to the final boss. One person looks like it's going to be actually looks like it's 3 people doing it.
It's 2 people.
This might be like a
safety thing.
It's a safety thing. Like if one of the hunters go down, they can have 2 people here. One of these hunters will pull the boss, and then everyone else will get pulled out of that realm into the boss room. So this is just a safety thing for sure with the 2 hunters. Yep,
yeah, I think I like that because if one hunter goes down, Zalia could just rest that hunter from inside the realm, and then you still have the other hunter. I guess it would work either way. Not really sure, because if you rest someone inside the Nyalotha realm, they always spawn outside. So in theory, even if something would go wrong, they could rest the one person. Not really sure why they chose to do the double hunter, but we can ask them later to see why they made this decision. And now we see them fight Kula, so let's see how they deal with that Severing Axe. Let's see. It looks like Gingy turtled, so I assume he already skipped one of those debuffs.
Yeah, for sure. That was a perfect... and actually, you can see this. The hunters are spread out completely across the room in a triangle so that And then also you have Now and Zaylia stacking on top of each other, away from every one of them, so that when the boss turns to throw the Severing Axe, the hunters can see, oh, it's facing me, I need to pre-turtle this. It's really important that you pre-turtle it. It deflects the debuff. If you turtle afterwards, you only get the damage reduction, the bleed debuff stays on you. So yeah, perfect execution from them there. That was awesome to see. Now, the thing about the two hunters here as well is that it's not really that much of a loss, right? You lose your potion cooldown for the first boss, but one of the sort of gimmicks of this council fight is that if you drop cooldown, if you drop combat, so you feign death in between each boss, you're actually not in boss combat. So your potion cooldown resets, your potion timer resets, and you can repot for each boss. So they don't really lose much by doing the two hunter thing either.
Yeah, this is just very well done, and those small little things that they're doing here, this is really what matters, right? You have, even if it doesn't save you a lot of time, but even if it's just a couple of seconds, it really matters in the MDI setting. And if you have those 2 weeks to practice, we really want to see those kind of things. So cool to see by Wunderbar that they're doing the skip differently, and also the fact that they did this like triple spread out with the Severing Axe, as you mentioned. It just looked really cool how coordinated they played it. As they're now about to finish off Sanazal, one thing about Sanazal, actually, it is quite a bit annoying to have explosive on this boss, because when the totems spawn, they can also spawn explosive. Because in the past, we've seen teams just ignore the totems except the explosive totem, but they can't really do it this time around, because otherwise you'll just have explosives spawn on the totems, and then it's really hard to deal with it. So that's why they just finished them all off.
Yep, super clean from them here, and if they choose to with this Akali the Conqueror here, they can actually just feign death pretty much every single one of these barrel throughs, but not going to do that, just going to eat the damage. That's a tyrannical 21 charge that only did about 20 to 30% of their HP, so very clean from them there. Not much to worry about. Of course, you can feign death, make them recast it, but they just don't need to, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they want to feign death it. Maybe they decided, oh, there we go, Fragments is feign deathing just as I said they're not doing it. Maybe it's just, maybe they just roll a dice and see what happens.
They're
one
just
more
trolling
charge.
us.
Yeah, they probably are. As they're about to finish up Akali, so it is tyrannical, so the mini boss will probably not be a big problem for them. We've seen this dungeon on 45, and it caused some issues for tanks to be able to tank Shadow Soul, which does a lot of magic damage to the tank. But on Tyrannical, it really shouldn't be a big deal. And after Shadow Soul, they doesn't look like they need a lot of percentage, because they also have the 4 obelisks still that will give them extra percentage as well.
Yep, Wunderbar now gearing up for this incredibly dangerous pull here, the 5-pack on top of the 2 Berserkers. This is a lot of potential damage coming out here. Those Severing Blade debuffs from the Berserkers here can do a lot of damage, especially if they all stack on now here, so gotta keep an eye on that red debuff on his player frame in the top center of the screen. If that red debuff goes up to 1 or 2, it could be dangerous, but looks like they've got it figured out. Of course, you can soak that with Hunter Pets. Just, you lose a pet, but you can always just resummon it. Now, everything in that Raging Affix just gets Ring of Peace back. No big deal for Wunderbar, making everything look just so easy.
Yeah, that actually looked really easy, and everything died so incredibly fast. And yeah, as you mentioned, just dealt with those debuffs with the bleed effect so incredibly well. Even with Now not even starting to kite, he was just standing in that corner. You saw the Ring of Peace come out to help separate the mobs a little bit, and I assume they just used those Hunter taunts to get the debuffs on them. And yeah, it was incredibly well done. As they're now engaging Shadow Soul, they just want to make sure they're dispelling or soothing off the enrage effect, because mini bosses are enraging as well, which can cause some issues now and then. But with the triple hunter, it really shouldn't be a big deal, as they're all as they are stacking up in melee range, except the 3 hunters.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong here. My memory sometimes escapes me, but did we see them do 4 awakened mobs in the regular season? I know they did it definitely in time trials. But I'm not sure if we saw all 4 awakened mobs with the final boss, especially on Tyrannical in our original 3 cups. Maybe our analyst or host could back us up on that afterwards. But this is going to be incredibly dangerous here when we get to the final boss, right? Tyrannical, 21 King Dazar, with all 4 awakened mobs at the exact same time. This is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard. And as we mentioned before, they're not running dwarves. That means if they get the multiple fears from Samrak, it's going to be hard for them to get rid of those, right? Because they don't have the dwarf ratio. They do have Turtle to get rid of one of the fears, and they also have the revival from Zaylia, which has now been used for the first set of debuffs. We also see those Hunter Pets, the Core Hounds, taunting the Spirit Breaker to make sure the debuff is not going on now, because not only does it do a lot of initial damage, but it also increases damage taken by all other sources, and therefore they want to make sure it doesn't go on now. And now we see them just making sure they're positioning the pulls on the floor in the perfect order as well, to make sure they're not getting feared into those.
We saw Void Weaver Malthair going down first. Of course, they are going to be running out of interrupts quickly with a triple ranged interrupt comp, and they're not running the Skitra Bow again to reduce the cooldown of their abilities, so that's a 24-second interrupt. So, of course, Void Weaver Malthair going down first. Looks like Beckoner of Chaos is going to be going down second for them, removing those Fear Circles so that they don't have to worry about that extra damage going out in the group. And then once those down, they'll go through the Blood of the Corruptor, just to make sure that they have more room in the Rubic Kite. Of course, with Urgroth left, they can just pet taunt the rest of those Tank Buster abilities, should they choose to. And just, yeah, perfect execution again from Wunderbar here. They just have everything down pat.
Yeah, and this is so incredibly difficult just because there's so many different things you need to manage, right? If you're one of the hunters, you need to make sure you taunt Urgroth on the Spirit Breaker before it starts casting. If you taunt it mid-cast, it's too late because it snapshots the target, right? So you want to make sure you taunt it in the right moment. You want to make sure you dodge Riban's Hunting Leap, which probably close to one-shots you, his frontal here, on Tyrannical. And then on top of that, you also want to make sure you position properly to make sure the pools spawn in the correct order. You want to dodge those tornadoes, you want to interrupt Void Weaver, and not only that, with Void Weaver, they have the longer cooldowns on interrupt because they're the hunters, right? They don't have the melee interrupt timer. So some of the casts need to be let through, and they need to make sure they time it perfectly. Some of them probably went through on now when he had the Spell Reflect ready to be able to interrupt all of the other casts. So just incredibly well done, well executed by Wunderbar.
And with Tizala down, that's pretty much all she wrote. Engine should be completely done for Wunderbar with the boss sub 40%. They're entering the final phase. The only real dangerous thing left is going to be those blade combos on the tank. But come on, you've got now one of the best warriors in the world tanking this boss. He's definitely not going to be going down.
I think he should be totally fine. It looks like they are missing 4% enemy forces, but I think this is just an observer bug because sometimes Shadow of Sul doesn't get added to the percentage in the observer feed. So they definitely should have 100%. It's just a mistake with the percentage here. So once King Dazar goes down, they are done with the dungeon.
Yep, like you said, Shadow of Sul worth that 4% that's missing here. Wunderbar, 2 0-death dungeons in this initial series, showing everyone right away that they're here to play, that perplexed boss in Cup 3 was a fluke, and people are going to have to bring their absolute best game to have any chance of competing.
Without question, Wunderbar taking that swift 2-0, and great call there, Nagura. That extra 4% of trash was just the Shadow of Zul. Bit of an section on our side, but Wunderbar takes that swift victory, and this is about what we were expecting as well, Titles. They've been our defending champions for a reason.
Oh, absolutely. They are, as described in their name, Wunderbar. They're an incredibly strong team, and it's impressive to me how much innovation they even brought to a dungeon that it's hard to innovate, such as King's Rest. It's just like the first room, how they did the first room by line of sighting all those mobs in the corner to be able to group them up quicker. I don't even understand like how you even come up with some stuff like that to be able to gain time over a dungeon.
Yeah, I think that another reason why they did that is to line up the Deathly Chill casts so they can Spell Reflect multiple at once.
That's a great way to do it.
So yeah, really smart.
We'll start breaking down that in a bit more depth, Titles. We got replays ready.
Yep. So, like I was saying at the very beginning of the replay, you are going to see Zalia now sitting next to the corner of that staircase area. So it lines the mobs all into the corner, being able to get them grouped up quickly. Also, you are able to line of sight all the explosives as the mobs are getting grouped up, because that is the most deadly point in which all of this is occurring. And then basically from that, Wunderbar takes it, does what I would say is a fairly traditional pull into Machimba here with these constructs. They're waiting to get the constructs low before engaging Machimba to make sure that none of the mobs get pulled. Then you have the hunters using camouflage to run all the way down the bridge there, and then are going to pull the boss to be able to pull the other teammates, Frag, Zalia, now out of that realm. And it allows them to be able to just like skip all of the mobs that are on the bridge in one swift movement. Goosey Bad is actually having a fairly clean run on their own on their own right, but it's just really slow compared to what we do see from Wunderbar. And unfortunately, it's just too slow. Wunderbar somehow continues to innovate a dungeon such as King's Rest, which is fairly linear and hard to innovate, so it's just a spectacular run. But
It's about as on the rails as you can get, besides, I guess, Workshop. Something like that.
I would definitely agree. Workshop is fairly one-dimensional in the same. It's one-dimensional in the exact same way. But exactly like you said,
I think
very on the rails.
Very interesting as well to look at how some of these teams are looking at not necessarily what's being pulled, but how it's being pulled in many cases. Iro, to look at every little ounce of min-max that can come out, and Spell Reflect is a huge part of it as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just how can you really talk about this team after looking at these perfectly clean runs, right? 0 deaths both dungeons. These guys have everything nailed down to a T. Their skips are perfect, their pulls are perfect, their bolstering management and freehold was perfect. If that's how well they practice for every single match in this cup, I'd be scared to go up against them.
And I think they actually banned Atal'Dazar because they didn't want to show their strategy. Because I'm pretty sure, right? Because I'm pretty sure they know exactly how to play the dungeon. I think they just don't want to show it yet.
That's got to be the reason. I was shocked that they didn't end up showing it, but also we do have a pretty short day today, so it might just be one of those things, like you said, we don't want anybody to, make a little couple of adjustments to their own strategies to be able to get ahead of us and get any sort of extra advantage before they have a chance to show it off. And that's nothing new on the side of Wunderbar as well, Tettles. They've done that a number of times, banning some of their best dungeons early on in a weekend, and then later on they bring it out for the grand finals or lower finals.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting to see how pick ban evolved in both the European and American regions towards the end of regular season play. Basically, teams would ban out the harder dungeons at the very beginning of the tournament, but towards the end of the regular season play, they would just kind of let the hardest dungeons, the Siege of Boralus, the Atal'Dazars, go through because they know that teams have less practice on it than them. So they're willing to just kind of throw down the gauntlet and throw down that challenge flag, and they're like, all right, we're banning out the easier dungeons because we want to watch you have to make a mistake in some of the harder stuff, or make sure that you have a more innovative strategy in the harder stuff. And I think KR is a great example of that, because they know that while KR is very hard to innovate, because it's hard to innovate, it's hard for any other team to be able to get a leg up on them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they want to be able to capitalize upon. We'll be taking a quick break before we get into our next series. So don't go anywhere, guys. Mythic Dungeon International will be returning right after this break. back to the Mythic Dungeon International as we're getting ourselves ready for round 2 of the day between Ethical and Deplete from Beyond. Hello everyone, I'm Jack and joined by Tettles, Nagura, and Zyronic, and we just saw Wunderbar very handily take the first round here, Tettles, against Goosey Bad. Really showing they're coming out here to play, and now we got to start looking at how some of the middle teams are going to be performing as we're looking at another EU and NA match-off.
Yeah, I thought it was both. I thought it was interesting that both sides of that Goosey Bad versus Wunderbar matchup had very few deaths. Even though Goosey Bad looked a little bit slower, they were playing very consistent. I suspect that that's going to be something that we're looking to see across the whole entire weekend, is just how good and how consistent all of the teams are going to be. I think that this Ethical versus Deplete from Beyond matchup is also going to be a true testament to that, starting off in Siege of Boralus, right? So that's a fairly hard dungeon. So if neither team has any deaths and looks very consistent here, I suspect that this matchup could go to 3 games.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a ton of 3-game series in a lot of our matchups, so we'll be looking at that as well as we take a look at our maps with, as mentioned, Siege of Boralus going to start us off. So, Nagura, we've got Underrod and Junkyard being banned. We saw Junkyard getting banned almost constantly earlier in the regular season.
Yeah, first of all, I'm sad that they banned Android with Reaping again, because I really would love to see Reaping. But yeah, Junkyard definitely a dungeon that is being banned a lot. I'm not really sure what is causing so many issues. I think it might be just the way Junkyard works with the bots. Because if you have any sort of death happening, then all of a sudden you're missing all of the bots. You need to go back and find them. It's just such a huge time loss to have any sort of mistake in Junkyard. So it's a very unforgivable dungeon where any sort of mistake will just cost you so much time. And I think that's why lots of people, or lots of teams rather, just decide on banning the map completely so they don't have to deal with it at all.
Well, that's also the case with Sanguine too. Like Sanguine doubles down on that as well, Nagura. Like you were saying, It's really unforgiving, but say you have a couple mobs die really early, then next thing you know, you have a full health cavalry, a full health toxic monstrosity. I think you just get, like you said, you get really punished for any mistake that occurs in Junkyard. And I think that the teams just find it hard to play normally.
Part of it, I think, is how much flexibility the dungeon can have, because there is such a very large play space that you have to work with. I'm curious what you think on this one, Zyro, that we've saw a couple of little metagames, couple strategies that were coming from it, but I think that it was really only just like scratching the surface, and a lot of teams are saying, I think we need to double down on what we're already good at.
Well, and on top of that, I think we're already seeing some huge metagame decisions coming out in map bans right now, especially in these first 2 maps. Both times we've seen the Reaping map banned, which is a little surprising, I think, for a lot of people, considering that we love Reaping. But because of the way the tournament's formatted, we only have Reaping on Underrot and Waycrest for the first 8 rounds of the tournament. After that, it goes back to Awakened. So actually, if you think about it, if you choose to not practice any Underrot or any Waycrest Manor, each of those is kind of 2 different sets of practice that you can just skip over. So you save a lot of practice time not practicing those 2. But however, that opens up a huge metagame choice should one of these teams decide to actually put a lot of time in that and try to leave it open.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, is if all those teams are kind of having these conversations with each other and be like, oh yeah, we're not going to practice this. This is, it's like 2 bans that we get for the price of 1, so we're just never going to practice it. And then all it really takes is a couple of those dungeons to be piled into the same map pool for a matchup, and you can really quickly run into some problems. But we'll see what happens as Siege of Boralus gets us started between Ethical and Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, so I think Siege is actually one of those dungeons that we haven't seen as often in Cups either, because a lot of teams decided to ban this specific dungeon. But because there was the Reaping dungeon they really wanted to ban, and they also preferred to ban Junkyard over Siege, we finally see some of the Siege action. We see both of the teams actually are playing Actually, no. Ethical is playing Alliance, but the Deplete from Beyond is playing Horde.
Ooh, they are.
As you can see, we see difference in faction here, because Siege of Boralus is the only dungeon that actually has different, not only starting points, depending on what faction you play, but also different mobs in the dungeon.
Yeah, different mobs in namesake, right? The actual abilities that they do, for the most part, is the same. The major difference is going to be that Black Star Bomber that you see on the side of Ethical, leaving those pools on the ground that do a lot of damage if you get hit by the initial bomb. But that's really the only major difference. Both teams going for a similar massive pull here, being line of sight on the side of Deplete from Beyond, whereas Ethical has just gone right ahead with it and pulled it all together. Looks like more trash was pulled in for Deplete from Beyond here. But they did pop the Bloodlust.
Yeah, they popped Bloodlust on Deplete from Beyond side and did this line of sight strategy to make sure everything is gathering up really quickly. And now they're also engaging the boss on their side. Ethical also fighting the boss with that 10% trash that they fought earlier. So a little bit of trash difference in favor of Deplete from Beyond. Outside of that, they're pretty similar in dungeon speed. Ethical, of course, a little bit faster on the boss as they pulled it first. And so the comp is the exact same. We see the Triple Hunter on both of the sides with the Prot Warrior and the Mistweaver. Nothing too surprising there because it is a tyrannical dungeon, and most of the trash damage in this dungeon is coming from friendly fire from the spotters. So therefore you can just maximize your single target DPS by running that Triple Hunter comp.
And if I remember properly, the other major difference is that for the Alliance side, the ads on this first fight spawn a lot more quickly and continue to spawn even if you have them CC'd. So it's definitely a little bit more dangerous, but if you're able to get through this first boss, the rest of the dungeon is a little bit easier when you have that shadow meld available. So it looks like Ethical is going to be able to get through it. No issues here. Chopper Red Hook's going down for them. And Sergeant Bainbridge, for Deplete from Beyond, not too far behind.
Yeah, there was actually a little bit of a scary moment for Ethical as Skylark got stunned. But one of the vanguards here did manage to survive though, even with the stun going through, so no problems there. As they're now gathering up the trash mobs here, the Marauders, which can cause a little bit of an issue because they do apply what's the word?
The hasty buff, right?
No, the damage taken increase.
Oh, that one, yeah.
The curse, yeah.
The curse,
so,
there you go.
The random curse. They applies the curse and the Mysteries cannot dispel it. And therefore it can cause some issues for the tank, but we know how tanky Prot Warriors are, specifically with the corruption resistance increase that they have in the tournament realms, and therefore they can just equip all of that versatile and the surging vitality and whatever else they want to get even tankier, and therefore it's not a big deal for Skylife to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Chompy there, had a 14 stack of the and he was still full HP, just, yeah, I've got 48% increased versatility. I'm fine. I can just sit in it. And of course, remember, they're running Conflict Major, which means if they do happen to get stunned or CC'd, they get double DR, right? They get double the verse damage reduction too. So they're just going to be super tanky in general. It's going to be pretty insane to see what Mistweavers and anyone running the verse stacking build can actually tank in this 21 key setting. Looks like Ethical is dealing with Void Over Mouth here. Is Deplete from Beyond just completely skipping Void Over Mouth here? Looks like they might be.
It does look like it, yeah. Looks like they're not dealing with it at all as they're just fighting the spotters here. Now, one thing to note about the spotter, you can see the friendly fire damage here being applied to the mobs, but we do have raging, so that means you can make use of that raging effect by just DPSing the spotter to low HP, making sure the raging effect gets applied to the spotter, and therefore the friendly fire is actually going to do more damage and the mobs are just going to die faster. So that's why they are getting the spotter low and just making use of that affix.
Yep, just this is just great execution of spotter mechanics coming out here from Deplete from Beyond. They're doing a great job of dealing with that affix. Ethical, on the other hand, has gone for dealing with a far, far fewer amount of trash than we see from Deplete from Beyond. They're on 25% trash, while Deplete from Beyond is up to almost 50%. They're going to be past 50% by the time they're done with this trash pull, and you got to think that Ethical's got some massive spotter pulls planned for the rest of the dungeon here.
Yeah, so Ethical actually finished off the Void Weaver, and then they had somebody pull Dread Captain Lockwood because whenever you pull a boss, whenever you get in boss combat, then the whole group gets in combat, not only the person who pulled, and then everyone gets pulled out of the Ny'alotha realm. And that's a very interesting trick that those MDI teams have been using to do some sort of skips. So basically you can just skip the mobs by running in the Ny'alotha realm, and then somebody like a hunter who can camouflage and skip the mobs can just engage the boss, and therefore you just skip a bunch of stuff. And that's what Ethical did there, and they caught up a little bit on trash percentage, but they're still quite a bit behind. And as Syra mentioned, to be honest, the trash percentage doesn't mean as much in Siege, just because you can catch up so much trash by just using the spotter friendly fire later on.
And a voice in my ear has just informed me to take a look at Chompy's talents here, and I think every Mistweaver across the world is going to be really happy with this one. Chompy is running Song of Chi-Ji as a talent here. What that does is whenever it hits something, it sleeps them for 20 seconds. So think it's like a Ring of Frost, right? It freezes them in place and it sleeps them for 20 seconds. and that doesn't get broken if I'm not mistaken by the spotter's AoE. So once they have everything stacked up, they song with GG, they send whichever sided artillery in, AoEs everything down, no problem. I'm interested to see what they're planning on using that tech on here.
That is actually super interesting because we've seen some interesting strategies come out of teams before where they have been running stuff like Vengeance Demon Hunters, where they would use the Fear Sigils to gather up all the trash, put it into that Fear Sigil, and then as Sarah mentioned, some of the CCs are not actually getting broken by the friendly fire from the spotter. So you can get a lot of trash percentage by not even having to fight the mobs at all. You just gather them up, CC them, and then use their artillery to finish them off. So super interested to see what they do as they're down with the boss now and fighting Samrak here on the obelisk, while the Fleet from Beyond still fighting Dread Captain Lockwood. Again, they are ahead in percentage, quite a bit actually, but if Ethical is playing this spotter properly, then they can make up a lot of time.
Also important to mention, I think we kind of glossed over this as well, is there's some really cool tech that you can use on Dread Captain Lockwood. Since both of the warriors are running Conflict and Strife Major, whenever they Thunderclap, it roots their target for a couple seconds. Or I think it's like 1 second. You can actually pretty much perma-root Dread Captain Lockwood when he hits 100% each of the energy. So the second he would normally jump back up onto the ship, you can just Avatar and just spam Thunderclap, and he'll sit there until your Avatar is done. And both teams are able to pull it off and deal with the boss incredibly cleanly, so just good execution from them there. Ethical has just now completely skipped all of the trash. They're going to be heading forward to Haddle Darkfathom, and are they just dealing with all the trash on top of the boss here?
It looks like it, because whenever you do engage Haddal, then the whole room will automatically engage with you as well. And that's why you see the binding shots from the hunters going down, because we have Necrotic, and Skylax is not playing Dwarf. That means there's no way he can get rid of that Necrotic stack. That's why he needs to kite these mobs, and that's why you see the CC come out of the triple hunters. And it looks like they also have some help with the Thunderclap route, and maybe also some other CC helping them out, but some of those mobs cannot be CC'd. You have the commanders here, for example, who can't be rooted or binding shotted, and therefore they gotta be very careful to kite this out, because if Skylight has a lot of debuffs from Necrotic, he's probably just going to go down if there's no way for him to reset.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Well, the thing to remember is he is running Conflict Major, right? So when he pops Avatar, he can root mobs and kite incredibly effectively. The only thing that's going to keep hitting him are those commanders. So his like reset period is going to be when those commanders trample away. So he did get a reset there, I believe. Yeah, he's down to 3 stacks now. So that's the important point. He was able to get a Necrotic reset as everything died, and should be, for the most part, pretty clean right now. There's not too much other danger. They just got to make sure they keep dodging those tramples here.
Chompy actually dropping really low as the wave came out in a bad spot, actually. It was a little bit unlucky because that was the exact side that they were standing on, but did manage to dodge it at the very last second. Skylight also leaping to safety. Now, one thing that is good about this boss is that he casts a lot, and then Skylight actually has a lot of time to reset that Necrotic. So now, once all that trash has been downed, only with the commanders left, Skylight shouldn't have any more issues with Necrotic. Well, the Fleet from Beyond, on the other hand, just now engaged Haddal. So definitely, I mean, if you really think about it, once they're done with Haddal, there's really not that much trash left to do, right? With the trash that they're pulling here. So I still think the Fleet from Beyond is quite a bit ahead, just because of the fact that they dealt with so much trash before. But Dr. J going down, unfortunately. They do have Bell Rests available, but they need to use the Engineering Rest, which can take quite a bit of time for them to get off.
There's no way they're going to be able to get it off with that tidal wave incoming either, right? I mean,
no.
You're gonna have a hard time finding a way to res him here, especially with everything raging here. Maybe you can pop the turtle and get a res off, but it's just gonna be so dangerous with tramples going out. They do manage to get it off, but he's still taking damage here. It's just a very dangerous moment here, especially with that crashing water's coming out as well, bringing everyone incredibly low, but Igloo is able to just barely top everyone except himself off. It looks like they're going to be fine here, but got to keep an eye on those stacks from Rentari here. He is starting to get into the big double digits here. He needs a reset.
Yeah, this is super dangerous. We see the cooldowns coming out of Igloo and Rentari here, making sure he stays alive. But he has no more major CDs available. We saw Shield Wall, Last Stand being used already, and we also saw the Nasaf Trinket being used. So not much left for them. Cocoon also already came out of Igloo, so now he needs to make sure he reset. And it looks like he did manage, there we go, did manage to get the reset off. And now we only have the commanders left. And of course we also have those mobs in the corner that are being CC'd by the hunters, but I don't think they actually need them.
Ooh, look at this! Look at this from Ethical. Here it is.
percentage-wise.
This is where the tech is going to be used for sure. This is it. This is every single mob in this section of the dungeon between the second and third boss. Skylark is going to be pulling them up on top of the dungeon here. I assume they're going to be using some sort of binding shot to make sure everything gets stacked, and then once everything is in that binding shot, we'll probably see the Song of Chi-Ji come out from Chompy. This is it, though. I'm curious to see how perfectly they're able to pull this off.
All right, looks like they're line of sighting here to make sure all of them are gathering up. You see Chompy is the only one who's still there. We see the Misdirect as well coming out of on Skylark to make sure that all of the mobs are actually running towards him. Now these Demolishers, though, they're not getting damaged by the friendly fire.
Oh,
Chompy actually
Chompy
he got
down.
stunned. He got stunned by the banana. I think, I'm not really sure if he got the CC off. It looks like some of the mobs are being CC'd, but it doesn't look like all of them are. So it looks like this might just be a full... I think this might be a wipe. He did release.
He releases right there, but the song is already on
spread
cooldown.
out now. Yeah, I
Song
think
is on
this
cooldown,
might
they're spread
not be
out.
able for them to do it anymore.
Now, because nobody actually knows about Song of Chi-Ji, it's a 30-second cooldown, so they have to somehow kite it out until they're able to sort of reset up their CDs. Looks like they might be able to find a stopping point here outside here and maybe set up that CC again here, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. We're going to have to see if they're able to pull it off. Looks like they actually do manage to get it on a lot of mobs in the back there. We don't have the greatest view of it, but they are able to get the side of the artillery, a couple shots of it on that pack, but it looks like the sleep and the binding shot are kind of wearing off there. Everything still is stacked, though. It looks like they're able to deal with some of it.
I mean, it's incredible that they're all still alive. There's so many mobs they're in combat with. It's incredible that they managed to salvage this until now. Chompy going down again, though. He does manage to release and response right there, but it looks like they're slowly going down. Skylark's also dropping incredibly low. Does have shield wall available to save the pull for a little while longer, but I'm not really sure if they can pull this off. We're just, Skylark going down as well. This might just be it for Ethical, unfortunately. Just, this is such a complicated pull to pull off. If you have that many mobs, I think if they don't execute this perfectly, then it's just incredibly hard, if not impossible, to salvage it.
Yep, the Shadow Mode coming out. The pool has completely reset here, and you have to imagine they're just going to go for it again, right? I feel like you have to. I think. You're committed to going for that strat. But we were so engaged in looking at what Ethical doing, we have completely from Beyond has gone unnoticed. They've already dealt with the first Gripping Terror. They're already on the final boss. Their trash percentage is done, except for these Awakened mobs, and they're dealing with, it looks like 3 Awakened mobs on top of the final boss here. This is scary.
That is actually incredibly difficult. Not only do you have the 3 Awakened mobs, but this is a tyrannical boss fight, which causes those debuffs that are being applied. 2 of those fluid debuffs that are being applied to the group are doing a lot of damage, and then on top of that, you also have the Void Viewer cast going off, as you see the curse on Igloo right now, which increases your casting speed, and this is just incredibly dangerous. But the good thing about this last boss is that you can determine when you trigger the second platform. So as long as they don't use the cannon to shoot the boss, the second platform is not being triggered, and therefore they can use this downtime basically, to finish off the obelisk here. But you can see how difficult this still is, because the boss is still casting some of his abilities, one of them being this fluid that does a lot of damage. You can see it on Dr. J right now.
And it's one of the really interesting things about this particular strategy, and the reason you're able to pull it off, is just the way that these Awakened mobs spawn on this final boss, right? The Awakened obelisks are so far spread out, and the one that's incredibly important is Void of Vermouth here, because it's the far left spawn, that pillar that Igloo is standing right underneath right now. It takes a long time to get to the group, and if you're able to burn down that very first Gripping Terror, the first 3 or so casts are going to go on the tank, because the tank is your furthest leftmost person, so they can spell reflect it, they can interrupt themselves, and then they can just one of the casts, and usually by that time the Gripping Terror will already be dead, and you can start an interrupt rotation on it, and they can just start cleaving it down. So they're just kind of able to deal with that pull because of the way the dungeon is set up.
Yeah, and it looks like they did a pretty good job as it as well, as they now are engaging the second platform. You see the Demolishing Terror spawning and also melting as it already went down. Now you can delay the spawn timer of the demos by not engaging the Gripping Tentacle, and that's exactly what the Play from Beyond did here. So if you do not engage the Gripping, so if you don't walk too close and you don't attack it with anything at all, then the timer of the demo spawns is just not started at all. So therefore, they were just finishing off the demo, and then they all together walked to the Gripping, making sure they nuke it quickly and delay the timer of the second Demolishing Terror, saving a lot of damage that they have to do.
Yeah, and of course the timer that you really need to beat is that third terror, because you don't want 2 demolishing terrors out at the same time while you're still dealing with the gripping. So as long as this gripping goes down in the next 5 seconds or so, that's not going to happen, and they can just easily whittle down this final demolishing terror. So good execution from them. It looks like the pull went better this time around for Ethical. They were able to pull off that Song of Chi-Ji tech, but because they just kind of had that one massive wipe that resulted in 7 deaths for them and a complete reset of the pull, they're going to need a wipe from Deplete from Beyond to be able to have any chance of coming back in this dungeon. And you got to love this from Deplete from Beyond. They've been on an upward trend since the start. They kind of started off slow in the first Eastern Cup, but they got better and better, eventually taking that 3rd seed in the Eastern region. And these guys have just been playing so much better throughout the cups, and looks like they're just bringing that A game here.
Yeah, definitely super clean play by Deplete from Beyond. Only just one single death. I believe it was Dr. J went down on the second to last boss here. Didn't cost him too much time as they got the battle rest off pretty fast. But yeah, pretty clean outside of that, and pretty nice strategy as well. I think a lot of teams are trying to get as much percentage as possible with the spotters. But it really looks like that the strategy that Deplete from Beyond had, where they were only playing the Hadal room with the spotter, was pretty quick as well. And on top of that, just playing Horde instead of Alliance to get that gate to open up faster after Hadal, because if you're Alliance, then it takes up to a minute. But there we go, Deplete from Beyond, finishing off the boss and winning the first game against Ethical.
That's right, Deplete from Beyond taking the win and really capitalizing on Ethical's inability, unfortunately, to pull off a lot of that special tech that they had coming. But once I saw that Song of Chi-Ji, I was like, okay, they got to be doing something really special. And unfortunately, Tettles, it just really didn't go through.
Yeah, absolutely. They called that their Vape-Nation tech, and if they were able to pull it off, I actually think that they probably have the fastest Caesar Boralus. But like, it's so incredibly, it's very feast or famine in the sense of like, if they're able to pull it off, they get 50% of their trash count with a spotter in one singular pull. If they do not, then they full wipe and have to re-pull again, which is what happened here. Deplete from Beyond electing to go a little bit safer of a strategy. They also ran Horde on the side of Deplete from Beyond, so really the whole W, do as much damage as you possibly can route coming in from the side of Deplete from Beyond, and they pulled it off and looked great while doing it.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting difference to look at as well here, Nagura, is where teams want to be able to find, a nice compromise between really interesting and maybe even niche or sometimes gimmicky strategies off of using certain abilities or using the spotter, for example, or just, all right, we're just going to go forward in the dungeon. We're not going to make any mistakes and we'll get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things you can try, right? Because, not only you can try different comps, but also different talents, different essences, different corruption builds, different strategies in the dungeons. And then you also have these different kind of affix combinations that you maybe never had before in the MDI, so you can come up with even different strats. And I think it takes a lot of practice time to try out this kind of stuff, just because if you practice this on a tournament realm, you can try it over and over and over, but you need to clear the dungeon up until that point, and everything just takes quite a while. And if you try out this pull like Ethical did, and one mob goes down, then you have to reset the whole dungeon and do it again, because now all of a sudden the pull is not the same anymore because one mob is dead, right? So it just takes an incredibly long time to do these risky pulls and just figure out how to do it 100% perfectly.
Yeah, and let's start talking about that one in particular here, Tettles. What was the catalyst for just wiping Ethical as they try to get their setup going?
I think, honestly, the catalyst had to be Chompy going down, like, right as that pull was starting to get set up. But right now, we can actually see what led up until that point. So right as you can see what led up until that point, you do have Ethical doing that first boss room pull. They are getting everything ready and set up. They did it really cleanly. That's the advantage of Night Elf and that Alliance side, is that you are able to get into the first boss room and down the first boss quickly, whereas on the side of Deplete from Beyond, they're pulling the second. They're electing to forego obelisks as a way for them to save time. Then you actually do see Ethical here doing a great tech where they're rooting Dread Captain Lockwood to be able to delay that withdraw with that Thunderclap root from the Prot Warrior Conflict and Strife Major. That was sick. Deplete from Beyond here, like Nagura was saying earlier, they're just electing to kill all this trash manually. And then, like you were talking about, Jack, here is where just this strategy from Ethical really starts to take its course. You see Chompy off to the side there, casting a Song of Chi-Ji. Right as he starts to get the song off, it only ends up hitting about half the mobs before he ends up dying. The binding shot is there, and the spotter's still enraged and everything, but half the mobs don't get hit by that song because it despawns whenever Chompy ends up going down. And that's where everything started to take a turn for the worse. Of course, Ethical does start to kite all of these mobs back and tries to bring it back, but fundamentally, this is an unrecoverable pull once it does go wrong, unfortunately. They pull it off the second time, and I think that if they're able to pull it off with good consistency, that, again, like I said, I think they probably have the fastest Siege of Boralus in the tournament, assuming that other teams don't also have this strategy in their repertoire, but this was very risk-reward. And then Deplete from Beyond capitalizes off that mistake and ends up taking the match.
I'm going to have to play around with Song of Chi-Ji as well, because I think that it's a pretty decently long projectile that you'll be able to launch out. I think it travels a good 10, 20 yards once you push it forward.
So, it's interestingly enough, it is a 20-second disorient on a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's incredibly potent for keeping mobs immobilized for longer periods of time. While it's not 100%, it is AoE, and like you said, it travels very long.
Is it a targeted thing, or is it?
It's kind of like a frontal.
It's a frontal.
You'll just push a ball forward, kind of like you would see out of Frost Orb, out of like Frost Mage or something
Frozen
like
Orb,
that.
yeah.
Frozen Orb, yeah.
Similar.
So it's smaller radius than that. It's probably around the size of like a ring of peace that goes forward. It's just like he ended up getting caught because of the banana rampage, and he was standing so close, so he ended up getting cleaved into a stun, into just dead. So, and like Tettle said, it just despawned once he ended up dying. So I'm curious if he's just able to find a little bit better of an angle, maybe hide behind the gate that Hadal Dark Fathom's room starts up in, or something like that.
You can cast Song of Chi-Ji through line of sight, and it can disorient the mobs through line. Like the Mistweaver doesn't have to have line. That's actually an incredibly good point. Yeah, maybe he just got caught out on accident.
I wonder how difficult it is there at that point, because that road is kind of slanted a little bit. It could be pretty easily Z-axis if he's not like in the right spot. So I don't know. There must have been some sort of practicing going into like finding the best position to sit in and set up that Song of Chi-Ji. So maybe where he was standing was the best place. Yeah, it was crazy.
It's also like they use Binding Shot to help them gather, but Binding Shot is so it's a little bit unreliable because it only procs once they walk out of it, right? So sometimes maybe a mob is in a different position as in practice, and then all of a sudden the AoE hits you that wouldn't hit you otherwise, right?
So many variables, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the more that we start talking about those variables, the more that can go wrong that they have to worry about. But let's start moving forward and looking ahead as we have Motherlode to round out our second series coming in here. We've got Tyrannical teaming and Volcanic coming in hot on this one, Zyro. And if this is live servers, I'd say this is a great Motherlode week.
This is a fantastic Motherlode week. Just cleave the trash down, pull it on top of bosses too. I think we're going to see some DKs here. I'd be surprised if we didn't, because
I would be shocked.
This is like the perfect scenario for some sick Unholy Cleave, right?
This is like the Unholy DK, like bat signal that's coming in. And we've seen a number of times as well, Tettles, where the teams have taken advantage of the Peacekeepers as well to grab them from the beginning of the instance in many cases and bring everything into the boss.
That is the interesting tech where you end up foregoing a lot of that front trash. You just pull Peacekeepers into Coin Pummeler, then you grab all of the VMZ. That's an incredibly potent strategy, especially whenever you're running a mage, because you can spell steal the overcharged buff off of the what is a repair mob? I don't remember what it's called in the VMZ area. But anyways, I don't suspect that we see too many mages. I do suspect that we do see some DKs though. If there's no DKs present in Motherlode, which is a historically DK dungeon, then there's something wrong.
You don't think there's going to be any DKs, Sakura?
I don't think we see DKs because of the Peacekeeper health. Like, it is a pretty big AoE dungeon, but if you pull a lot of Peacekeepers, the AoE on the small HP mobs doesn't matter as much as the damage on the Peacekeepers, right? And I think Hunters are still just better for that.
Do you think we just don't see? Do you think that we just don't see DKs much this weekend at all? Then, because I don't
think so. I think it's going to be mainly just Hunters. The only couple of dungeons I can see where DKs will be played might be stuff like Atal'Dazar and Waycrest, I think.
So the Reaping Dungeons.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think it depends on Reaping.
Naturally, high trash density where everything is close enough together in HP, I think is Nagur's point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tettles.
I would be shocked and or appalled if we didn't see at least one DK here, right? There's got to be one.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
I'm voting for it. Let's see what they got. Oh, they're right. Tettles is wrong. Gosh, I can't believe Tettles been so wrong before. Game number 2, getting started.
That felt good. So, victory lap indeed, as you see Ethical and to Play From Beyond running that triple hunter comp. And it looks like both of the teams are actually abusing this Peacekeeper strategy where you engage a bunch of jockeys and then you feign death off the aggro, so only the Peacekeepers actually engage and the rest of the trash crew does not. But it looks like Ethical, yeah, there we go. You see all those Peacekeepers just swarming into the first boss room on Ethical's side, and to Play From Beyond too.
Yeah, and I mean, wow, wouldn't this be a great pull for a DK to just blow up by themselves? I mean, you gotta wonder, with Chompy going down and Shape also going down, how are they gonna get through this? There's no way. It's just gonna be a full team wipe for Ethical here. Wow.
I don't think they managed to do the reset properly because
no, they got
not
everything.
Only Peacekeepers, yeah, they got the whole room. They didn't manage to do it properly. This is a huge disaster for Ethical because, of course, it's a full team wipe, which is already a big time loss, but they also lose the percentage, right? Because the jockeys already jumped into the Peacekeepers now, and if you engage a Peacekeeper without tagging the jockey first, you do not get the percentage from the jockey. So having a wipe on this pool means not only are you going to lose the time from wiping, but you're also going to lose percentage from all of the jockeys, and therefore they're going to have to pull extra trash that is not in their route. Well, they Play From Beyond did the exact same thing, but they pulled it off properly. They didn't get the rest of the trash. They only got the Peacekeepers.
And this is so weird. I feel like this is a completely different Ethical to what we saw in those North American Australian Cups. Ethical got to that second place seed by just playing clean strategies better than their opponents. The only people that they couldn't beat were Golden Guardians or former Method and A, right? That both of these dungeons that they're playing right now, they lost in the Siege of Boralus because they went for this all-in strategy that didn't work out for them. I don't think they went for an all-in strategy like in any of the 3 cups that we saw from them. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If you think about it, that you have 2 weeks of practice, I do understand how difficult this pull is with the Peacekeepers, because if you make any sort of mistake, if you get your Feign Death or your Shadow Melt off wrong, then it's just a whole team wipe, right? But you do have to think about, if you have 2 weeks to practice this specific pull, you would practice it so many times that you know exactly where you have to go, where you use your Shadow Melt. So it really does seem weird that they have such a crucial mistake here on Ethical's side. And again, it's not just like any other wipe in any other dungeon. This is such a huge mistake that will cost them not only the wipe, but also percentage. So it's a huge time loss. It probably lost them 5 minutes, if not more.
Yeah, well, the good news is because it's teaming everything that is worth less than it normally is, so they only lost about 25% trash count. So not necessarily like the worst outcome for them, but they're going to need some hard chain feeding from Deplete From Beyond to, have a chance of coming back in this dungeon. But the best thing you can do at this point is, like, you're behind. Like, after that pull, you're like, wow, we're probably like a good solid 3-4 minutes behind. You have to keep playing it out. Motherlode, the trash mechanics, while they're not the hardest of any of the dungeons, you can still easily mess up to a pull like the one we're about to see out of here from what we just saw from Deplete From Beyond. The one Ethical's pulling off these rock lances can definitely do a lot of damage if you let too many of them through. And you can see Ethical just going all in right here. They pulled actually every single trash mob here between the first boss and the Awakened Obelisk. See if they're able to pull it off.
Okay, yeah, this is a huge pull. They don't have the Bloodlust available as they used it on that first boss. So they want to make sure they pull this off cleanly and want to make sure Skylark stays alive because this is a huge amount of tank damage. As you can see, Skylark dropping incredibly low, even through Shield Wall as he had that one up. And you also see Chompy dropping low because these mobs cast on the closest target. So if Skylark starts to kite, Chompy needs to make sure he's getting out as well. And there we go, he dropped incredibly low. Is he running staff? Oh no, never mind. That's a different debuff. I thought he was running Ashara staff for a second there. As I looked at the debuffs on Chompy. Kura still going down for the Plea From Beyond. Looks like they do have a battle rest available, unless he didn't fall off, did he?
I don't think so. I mean, it'd be very weird if he did. Arrow, where are you?
I've seen it happen before. I've seen it happen.
Well, Curry's gone down for Deplete from Beyond here. They have Battle Res available, but yeah, that's bad. Yeah, they're resetting for him. Yeah, you're right. They just have to reset for him if he fell off. That's really weird.
Well, we will see. Once they finish off this trash, they can probably get Kurisu back up. But yeah, this is a pretty big tunnels for them as well. And one thing that I'm not really sure if it was ethical, but I remember that there was a team during Cup play that had this Peacekeeper strategy, and they also had like a plan B. So basically, they were doing the Peacekeeper strat, and if it didn't work out, then they were getting 100% trash after the first boss, and then they were kiting 4 obelisks. And it might have even been ethical that had this exact plan A and plan B strat, where they do the Peacekeepers on the first pull, and if that doesn't work out, they try the 4 obelisk kiting thing, which is incredibly dangerous, and it can easily go wrong, but it's just kind of a saving grace in case your Peacekeeper strat doesn't work out. And it really looks like Ethical is doing it, because after the first boss, they didn't go back and did any other trash with the Peacekeepers, right? They just moved on afterwards. So it looks like they are doing this Quadra Obelisk strat.
Yeah, I mean, if they have the backup strats planned, that's crazy foresight, knowing that pull can go wrong and being able to plan for it. And things like Curry doing whatever happened to him there is definitely the kind of thing that Ethical needs to come back in this dungeon here, as they've now engaged Azarok, and they're on the same boss as Deplete from Beyond now, even after that full wipe. So
yeah,
they're kind of catching up a little bit. They're still 20% trash percentage behind. They'll make up a little bit of that here with what they have on top of the boss, but still, they're missing a ton of trash from that initial Peacekeeper pull. So we'll see.
Yeah, and if Ethical is trying to do this for Obelisk strat, as I mentioned before, and Deplete from Beyond is not, then there's definitely a chance from Ethical to make up the time that they're behind so far. So yeah, I mean, there's still a chance for Ethical to come back. And now we see Azarok dropping lower and lower from Deplete, for Deplete from Beyond. They did finish some of the trash while Kurisu was down. They finished off some of these trash mobs here on the way to Azarok, and therefore they're up to 57%. But yeah, not that much percentage ahead compared to Ethical, considering that the whole Peacekeeper pull just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, if I were to Deplete from Beyond right now, and I were like keeping a tab on the stream and seeing what was going on, of course there's like a 2-minute or so delay for them, I would not be comfortable with where we were in terms of like progression in the dungeon compared to a team that completely wiped and scuffed their entire first pull, right? They need to make sure they play clean for the rest of the dungeon. Otherwise, Ethical, with the way we know that they have been playing and can play from their cup play, they can put together a perfectly clean run after having a terrible first pull like that.
Yeah, definitely. And we see Deplete from Beyond did one of their skips here, so they walked through all the R&D wing and did use their Shadow Melts or Feign Deaths on the Hunters to get rid of the aggro. And now they're pulling some of these War Machines on top of Rixa. None of the affixes are preventing to do those pulls where you pull trash on top of boss, since we have Teaming, which of course does nothing to the trash mobs other than that there's more trash and to give less percentage. And Volcanic is really not a big deal for those players at all, especially because they're Hunters and they don't lose any damage from moving. Therefore, no big deal. But Click's actually going down, and Kurisu going down. Oof. They only have 1 Battle Res available, a second one coming up really soon. But they have to be careful. They kind of got cornered there because they had the pools right in front of them, so there wasn't much space. And then they just got hit by the frontal cast. So yeah, mistakes coming out of Deplete from Beyond.
You gotta think, like, all you have to do in order to win this match is just have a clean run. And now with Rentara going down, they have to reset this boss. But they committed the Battle Res already. The Battle Res has been committed. I think at this point, you just have to hope that you can deal with the War Machines and get those down. And it looks like they're just barely going to get both of them down. Yep, both goes down. Actually, did they get the trash count from that? Were they all dead when it died?
I didn't pay attention.
I didn't quite see, but there's a potential chance that they didn't get the trash count from that because they were all dead when it died. You have to be in combat with the mob when it dies to get the trash count from it. So it could be really bad if they didn't. But yeah, another full team wipe coming out from Deplete from Beyond. Hey, Ethical's on Rix the Flux Flame. Yeah, they're 12% trash behind, but this is a tyrannical dungeon. These bosses are difficult, and Deplete from Beyond has to sit here waiting for their Shadow Meld cooldowns or their Feigned Death cooldowns to come back off cooldown to get through here. This is...
Yeah.
I think Ethical's back ahead now. Or at least on pace.
So as well. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I thought after seeing this initial wipe on Ethical's side, I thought that's just too much time for them to catch up on, but now with this mistake from the Play from Beyond, Ethical is right back into the game, as they're also fighting the War Machines with Rixa Flux Flame. And one thing to note is that Rixa actually does quite a lot of damage on Tyrannical. Not only the avoidable damage that I believe most of the people on the Play from Beyond died to, but then you also have the unavoidable damage from the debuff that needs to be baited properly. The two closest targets to her get the magic debuff, which takes for a lot of damage. So you can spell reflect it on the Prod Warrior, but you need to rotate other people soaking it in case the warrior does not have the spell reflect available. So you need to rotate turtles or anything like that, or revivals from the Mystery Monks to get rid of that debuff. You see Skylight actually did have one on him without getting dispelled, and it took a lot of damage. But now we see the Play from Beyond back at the boss, and even though they engaged the boss a lot later, they did catch up just because they didn't have to deal with the trash, because they already dealt with that one before.
Yeah, and I just went back and checked the VOD just to make sure they did just barely get the trash count from that War Machine. Igloo died like a fraction of a second after the War Machine died, so they did get that extra 3%. I think it's 2.5% trash count that the War Machine gives, so that's not something else they'll have to bring in. That's kind of scary if they didn't get that trash count, right? Because usually these routes are pretty much crafted to where in Motherlode, you end up having to pull just about everything in between Rixa Flux Flame and the final boss, Mogul Razdunk. Especially every single War Machine is being pulled, right? So to get that percentage. But yeah, if they didn't get that, they'd have to start crafting up and coming up with new ideas on what trash count to pull. That being said, Ethical here is going to be at 65%, so 2% behind where Deplete from Beyond is. They're just in the lead now. Ethical has somehow, after a massive first wipe, just taken the lead in this dungeon because of just boss mess-ups from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, it's also 20 seconds in favor of Ethical because of the 8 deaths that Deplete from Beyond has now. Ethical, those 4 deaths, they're all from that very first wipe they had with the Peacekeepers. After those deaths, and I spoke too early, as Shape goes down, unfortunately for them, did release and does manage to have the release right there, so he's going to be right back. But yeah, still another extra death on their board as they have to deal with those War Machines. And looks like both teams have to pull almost all of the trash in between Rixa and the last boss just because of the amount of trash they're still missing.
And this is a very scary pull in general here. These Azurite Heartseekers can do massive amounts of damage. You can see the hunters, whenever they're being targeted by that Heartseeker, are putting the tank in between themselves in that cast just to make sure that the tank takes the intercept damage from it instead of them. If the tank doesn't soak it, I think the hunters probably just get one shot or take a huge chunk of their damage here. A huge chunk of their health bar is damaged, so scary to see that go off. But I mean, this is this is crazy. With how scuffed this run has been for both teams, the fact that they're so close together is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is actually crazy, as they're pulling the last couple of trash here. And the reason why they're clearing this is because not only do they need the percentage, but they want to kite the obelisk. Because if you keep an eye on the obelisk counter on top of the enemy forces that you can see on your screens, you see both of the teams still have all 4 obelisks up. They didn't deal with any of those. That means they're very likely going to kite them, which we've seen teams do before. Basically, the healer is going to get aggro from all 4 awakened mobs, and then he's going to start kiting them outside, making sure they don't have to deal with those. But if something goes wrong, the healer goes down, or anyone gets healing aggro, they can all snap back to the rest of the team, and then you just have a team wipe. There's no way to recover if there's any sort of mistake happening on the kiting strat.
Yeah, and they're playing pretty specific items just to make sure that they can deal with this, right? All three of the hunters, actually, I think all 5 players in the group are running the bit band that heals allies whenever you do damage behind the enemy, which is a 15-second ICD. So every 15 seconds, there's about 50,000 or so healing going to every player in the group. So they're just that's one of the ways they're healing each other. They also have exhilaration to heal themselves. They have health potions, and Warrior is pretty tanky on its own, especially on a boss like Mogul Razdunk that doesn't necessarily have too much time to do tank damage. It's usually casting something. It's usually doing its machine gun or casting a homing missile. So it's not that much damage intake for the tank, and if they're able to pull off the kite, it's going to make this boss go way quicker. Bloodlust already popped for Ethical here, whereas Deplete from Beyond is actually holding off on using theirs.
Yeah, interesting. You could use Bloodlust for safety in the intermission phase to make sure you get those ads down faster so you don't have to deal with those. Because considering you don't have a healer, that might be a safety strategy they choose to do, but it's definitely going to be faster for your boss DPS if you use it in phase 1 or in the last phase. So we'll see what they do, as Igloo is making this crucial round here. You saw he used the Transcendence to get back, so very well done. Now, one big problem with this kiting strat is that if you walk too far away from one of those awakened mobs, they will just snap back. They will just start snapping to the rest of your group, and if you go too close to your group, then somebody might get healing aggro, because Igloo is not taking a lot of damage himself, and therefore he's not creating a lot of aggro, while the rest of the team, the Hunters, they're used with their Spirit Mend, their Acceleration, and their health pots, they create quite a bit of healing aggro, so it's actually very important for Igloo to not get too close. And you also see him gather all of these bombs here to get the extra, well, they don't actually need extra percentage, but if they would need it, this would be a very nice little trick that we've seen other teams do before.
Yep, just running through for fun, just like, you're already kiting 4 of the most dangerous trash mobs in the game. Let's just add some bombs in for fun too, why not? And actually it's kind of nice too. You take a little bit of damage from the pools there, and you're able to just get some extra healing aggro on top of you from those as well, just to top yourselves off. But you can see the intermission is, of course, the super dangerous part as Arrow goes down for Ethical here. They do have a battle res form, and they're going to end up popping it off, but each one of these drill smashes does a massive amount of damage to the group. You can see this is going to do about 60-ish% of their HP. They did pop the turtle for that one, so they didn't take any damage, but the third one they're going to have to keep an eye out for. They'll probably have their warrior rally for that, and that's kind of about it.
Yeah, so it looks like the Deplete from Beyond is in the last phase now, as you see the HP of Mogul Rastan moving. Kurisu going down, they do have a battle rest, but the blob actually went back, so it snapped back to the group. And now they try to get the battle rest off on Kurisu, but now they have to deal with those awakened mobs, as all of them, the bombs are coming back as well. And all of the awakened mobs are going back. Igloo is back with the group. It looks like he's trying to kite the mobs inside the boss room. This is really risky, but this might just be the one thing they needed to do to save this pull, but Rentari is dropping incredibly low, and it looks like he doesn't have much defensives available for him.
This could come down to the death timers here. With Rentari going down, there's no battle res available. Mogul Rasdunk is at 7%. If it starts cast sequences, they could still kill the boss and get this dead. But with 4 extra deaths on the board, it's going to come down to that 20-second timer. Igloo goes down as well. Mogul Rasdunk down. They've dealt with the bot. The gnome is dead. So now, sorry, the goblin's dead. But 25 seconds on the board with 5 deaths. With Mogul Rasdunk at 8% for Ethical, they still could take this game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Mogul Rasdunk is going down for Ethical, and the 25 seconds difference is just going to be it. This is going to be Ethical winning the second game against Deplete from Beyond in an incredibly close game.
Goodness! Ethical hanging in there. Even despite just an immediate wipe. I mean, we talk about it in the tournament where you wipe at the very beginning of it in an instance. It's just got to be such a punch in the gut for your team's morale and everything. But Tettles, they hung in there and they took the win and just completely capitalized on Deplete from Beyond's mistakes.
I want to call out the YouTube comment section here, spamming GG and FF whenever Ethical wiped at the very beginning. This is why you don't go next whenever you make a mistake. You hang in there, you battle towards the very end, and you capitalize on your opponent's mistakes because they can happen, especially whenever you're speed racing in a tournament environment such as the MDI like this. Oh my goodness, that was intense.
Without question, Ethical got to be tying up the series, and at that point, Agura, that's just all it takes. It's just boss after boss. It just seemed like Deplete from Beyond just started making the most simple errors and standing in the most avoidable damage possible.
I mean, this really was Deplete from Beyond's key, right? They probably even realized that Ethical made such a huge mistake at the start, because they can watch YouTube. Of course, it's on a delay, but at some point they probably realized, oh, we just have to play this cleanly and we're gonna win. But then they had these small little mistakes, and then they had the wipe on Rixa, and it was just, it was too much to come back from on their side. While Ethical, it's such a huge thing to come back from such a big mistake, right? Because a lot of teams would just end up tilting and play even worse after this initial mistake. but not ethical, right? They have this huge mistake that cost them a lot of percentage and a lot of time, and they just went straight back into the game and had barely any mistakes from there on out. So that was incredibly well done by ethical.
All right, Tettles, let's break it down once again. What do you got for us here?
You got a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. So I didn't even include the ethical wipe at the beginning because I thought it was just going to be the Deplete from Beyond show. You saw Deplete from Beyond be able to pull off this initial pull with the coin operator crowd pummeler and all the peacekeepers. Then they're sitting here. Clicks drops pretty low and ends up going down in this pull after pummeler. But like even still, this is just a great pull by Deplete from Beyond, and they're able to pull it off seamlessly. You see Ethical come back and they're like, oh, we're missing count. We got to even go bigger than what Deplete from Beyond did. They pull it off too, so they're really trying to battle their way back in and get back to the trash count that they lost from those peacekeepers because they did reset. So they're trying to figure out a way to be able to get count, but it ended up being okay. So now you have here Deplete from Beyond battling Rixa Flux Flame. Clicks and Karisu end up getting clipped by that artillery barrage from those mobs. It's really easy to do, especially whenever you have the room be just so covered by Rixa's Azurite puddles, and that really puts Ethical in a position to come back, and you're just like, oh, okay, who's going to win this? This is actually down to the wire. It looked like Deplete from Beyond, with just a little bit quicker way of dealing with the VMZ, were going to come back, but then they wipe, and you're like, oh, Ethical was able to just like clutch it at the very end. You have to have a strong mental game, and you have to be able to just be able to battle all the way through to the very end. And sometimes it comes in your favor, sometimes you end up losing. But like, dude, this is what the MDI is all about.
Well, it came down to those last two deaths as well, right? They lost by 8 seconds. Yeah. That last death from Rentari and Igloo lost them that game. If those two deaths don't happen, they still somehow are able to win that match.
And I think part of it might also be the extra damage taken during the final boss, because if they're having to generate even more healing aggro, you know, it goes from those rebooting bit bands like you mentioned, Zyro. If they stop overhealing, they start actually putting out a lot of throughput. We did see the Blood of the Corruptor snap back to the rest of the party when a true threat.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because it seems like, and I might be wrong about this, but the damage that you take from the pool around Rixa Flux Flames Arena, if you heal that damage off, that does count as healing aggro on top of the Awakened mobs as well, right? Since you're still in range of them. So I feel like as a healer, you should have plenty of healing aggro there. So I don't know. Deplete from Beyond must have done something kind of wonky with how they did too much overhealing there, because Ethical didn't have an issue with it at all.
Yeah, it really didn't seem like anybody on the side of Ethical was just taking any sort of extra hits or extra pressure onto them. And that is going to put us into a game 3 to decide who is going to be continuing on through that upper bracket. And I believe it's going to be Workshop as well, which is a dungeon titles that Ethical's really, really good at.
Oh, I suspect that both teams are going to be super strong at Workshop. Jack, whenever we were watching the Wunderbar versus Goosey Bad matchup, we were talking about how King's Rest and Workshop are both of these very on-the-rails dungeons. There's not a lot of room for innovation. So It's going to be interesting to see if any of these two teams are able to come up with something that's more innovative. Maybe we end up seeing a priest. I don't know if I believe that we'll see a priest, but you could potentially see a priest.
Listen, Tetos, your record of guessing classes for dungeons hasn't been too hot lately.
We're at a hot 0% guesses success.
Hey, you know what, Tetos, I'm going to agree with you on that. I've been playing with the Disc Priest on live for my high keys, and that 26 Workshop was the easiest key ever. Those squirrels chunk packs. It's crazy.
There are some huge mind controls that they're able to pull off, and that's true.
That doesn't mean
it is bolstering, so maybe not.
I don't think so.
Bolstering will help. I mean, if you mind control a target before, I mean, you can't mind control if they have any bolstering stacks on them, but you could mind control them in advance. But I don't know. We've seen some gimmicky strats throughout MDI history in general, Nagura, and you know, a lot of times it just seems to be, you know, you play straight up, you play cleanly, you add a little bit of extra innovation here and there for packs, and you get the job done. We usually don't see a lot. I mean, last time I think is like Blackrock Hold with like mages, for example, right?
True, with the spell steal,
Yeah, way back when with a big throwback. Ooh, Zara, we got some good stats here. High voltage.
That's a high wipe count on this boss. That's 1 out of every 5 times a team pulls this boss, they wipe to it. That's a high counter there.
That's right. And, it's tight, jam-packed space. A lot of the magnets flying all over the place, and tons of HP and tons of damage from that targeting system, Tettles.
Yeah, it's not eludable, unfortunately.
What's that?
The average lives claimed of 1.2 is actually pretty high. I wonder if this workshop, because a lot of teams end up playing triple obelisk with King Mechagon, and that is fairly dangerous. I wonder if that's going to change on a 21.
Yeah, and that is just going to be putting even more pressure as well onto Hunters here, Zyro, because they're really not known for being the strongest against this very heavy targeted damage here.
Yeah, especially King Mechagon, right? You can turtle 1 Gigazap. That's about it. I've never seen a Hunter be able to consistently feign death it. It's incredibly difficult timing to even pull off. I think every time I've seen it happen, it's been on accident. So if the MDI players have found a way to do it consistently, maybe they can avoid a lot of that damage, but if you can't, there's just a lot of single target damage going on in multiple players in the group, and heals are going to have a tough time.
That's right. Well, the game's ready to go as Ethical and Deplete from Beyond are tied 1-1 as Workshop gets going.
I was really hoping for one mate, but the Chompy going down for Ethical and Eri going down immediately after. The trash went down as well, but still 10 seconds counter, which, yeah, not good for Ethical here already at the start, having some issues as Deplete from Beyond did not only clean the trash a little bit quicker, but of course also doesn't have those 10 seconds of death timers as well.
Yeah, not the greatest. Of course, you don't lose any actual boss time because it is on a set timer here, 20 seconds after you deal with the boss's spawn. It's just going to be the 10 seconds, like you mentioned. And really, this first boss comes all down to execution. How consistently can you hit those hammers on top of No Mercy and the Pummeler with all 5 people underneath that hammer? Of course, it does more damage the more people that are underneath it, and we're going to see them running around the room to use all of the hammers at the same time. There's about 30% of the mob's HP if everyone's underneath it at the same time. We should see No Mercy going down or incredibly low to the next hammer slam from both of these teams.
Oh, but you see how much damage that AoE does here to Vengeance, as Ethical dropped incredibly low. All 3 Hunters had to use their acceleration to heal themselves back up. But yeah, just a huge amount of AoE damage. Chompy going down to the whirlwind here by the boss. Unfortunately, I think they will not use the Battle Rest unless they think they're gonna get another Vengeance. Because if No Mercy actually goes down here, there's no more AoE damage coming in, and they should be fine without the healer. But looks like the Vengeance are coming out. They have 2 turtles available on Era and Shape, but they'll need it as they finish up the boss. And as I mentioned, not using that Battle Rest on Chompy, and they're still faster than Deplete from Beyond, as they just played the hammers better.
Yeah, I mean, even with a player down, right? If you deal with the hammers better, you're going to kill that boss more quickly. And of course, Chompy releases at the bottom of this shoot anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Just an extra 5 seconds on the board. Even though they get the boss down 6 seconds ahead of Deplete from Beyond, they're still behind in overall dungeon progression purely because of those deaths. They do still have the battle res, so that's pretty important.
But I just noticed that Ethical also committed the Bloodlust while Deplete from Beyond saved it, which means Deplete from Beyond is going to make up some time later on, depending on when they will use their Bloodlust. I assume on Kujo or on this trash bowl. Ethical gathering up all of these waste processing units and the living waste as well. You see everyone is line of sighting that explosion. Skylight seems to be just tanking it, apparently, which doesn't seem to bother him at all. And now they are feign deathing off the aggro because it is, of course, bolstering. That means there's no way you want to deal with these other mobs that are insanely bolstered from the living waste.
Looks like he just popped the Psychic Shell Trinket and tanked all the explosions because why not? You're a warrior. You're running full burst. You're going to be fine.
Yeah.
No big issue here, of course. And of course, using that Venting Flame stack, even though the dog can see you, he's right there. Somehow the bot still blocks the Venting Flames, and you're able to do full damage with that triple hunter comp. So, clean execution here. And they're going to be feign deathing this leap and making sure they don't get any extra damage on the group. And yeah, just good execution from both teams so far, as long as they can dodge these leaps.
Yeah, and even with the Bloodlust from Deplete from Beyond, Ethical looks like they're completely even in damage, so the Bloodlust difference didn't really mean as much. Could you just drop a little bit lower now on Deplete from Beyond side, but really just barely a noticeable difference here with that Bloodlust. And all the Hunters doing very similar DPS as well. And you can also see the boss being positioned properly so the hunters can continue to DPS even while hiding during that AoE. And Ethical is now also pulling some extra trash on top of Kujo. Looks like Kujo and the Ed is probably going to be approximately the same HP, so they can cleave both down evenly without bolstering anything.
Yep. That's just kind of the name of the game for hunters, right? They're really good at dealing with bolstering. And Workshop is pretty simple in terms of trash mechanics, right? There's not really any major packs that you have to deal with where bolstering is going to be too big of an issue. The only thing I can think of would be probably the one pack right in front of the third boss, right? With the two major robots and, of course, the two Tinkerers as well. That can be kind of dangerous if you're not cleaving down the robots right away, but that's kind of the only thing I'd think of. And, of course, from Ethical, we're seeing the efficiency pulling in that trash on top of the boss as the boss gets pretty.
Yeah, and also the positioning will be pretty crucial here because you need to position Kujo properly on the corner, but you still have aggro from the rest of the mobs here, as you see on Ethical side. So tanks definitely do have a difficult job making sure that everyone can still DPS the boss and also the ads, making sure everything is positioned 100% perfectly, as Kujo does go down for the play from beyond, but they still have to finish off this trash, while Ethical now finish off the boss as well. So incredibly close between those two teams, but from beyond just slightly ahead, not only in dungeon speed, but also because of those 15 seconds as well from the death timers earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is shaping up to be pretty close. To play from beyond, like you mentioned, they're in the driver's seat right now, but they were in the driver's seat in Motherlode too. So, yeah. Man, you have to think about it, right? Because Deplete from Beyond was a team that's kind of been on an upward trend for just about the entire season, like we mentioned earlier. Didn't do great in the first cup, stepped it up in the second and third cups. Played great in the first map of this series, but just had some catastrophic failures in that Motherlode. That's kind of the biggest, I would say, fail that they've had to deal with the entire year, and if they're able to come back from that, it means that they're just pretty strong mental players. So interested to see if they're able to keep it together in this workshop. Like we mentioned, they started the Motherlode off strong, but had issues later on bosses. We'll see if they're able to clean up those potential issues here.
Yeah. And we see, it looks like the Plea from Beyond did finish off the first trash wave here from this gauntlet, are now dealing with the second wave. Now there's one thing you can do with the second wave, and you can actually line of sight all of these mobs. So all of the debuffs are going onto the tank only, and then you can spell reflect all of them at once, which seems like none of these teams are doing, but I assume it's just not worth it on Tyrannical, because the time that you lose from not being able to DPS while you line of sighting is probably just not worth it. But yeah, definitely interesting to see if some of those groups decide to do this later on, as they're now going on to the third wave, which is just this one single mini boss here. And with the hunters, you can see them all being really far away on the Play from Beyond side, making sure to just outrange that AoE ability here, because it can actually, there can be a visual thing that it doesn't actually show you the exact free spot, and that's why it's just safer to have the hunters stay outside in case that does happen, so the hunters can just finish off the mob, and if tanks get stunned, it's not a huge deal.
Yep, for sure. Just both teams are going to be able to deal with that cleanly, and I think Ethical actually made up some ground there. It seems like they were an entire trash mob in that gauntlet behind Deplete from Beyond, but they were able to catch up on that final mob, just playing a little bit more clean, and both now dealing with it's like Void over mouth here at the same time. So, I mean, Ethical's kind of making up some ground here. They still have the death timers, like we've mentioned several times, to catch up on, but they're definitely just keeping with the strategy that we know from them. Ethical's just a super consistent team. They're able to deal with things cleanly for the most part, and even when they make mistakes, they're good at minimizing them.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this next pull is going to be interesting, because not only is this boss very difficult to deal with because of all of the things you need to dodge, and it is tyrannical, meaning that getting hit by one of these cogwheels can drop you incredibly low, if not kill you. So they want to make sure they're dodging all of those abilities very cleanly on Sparkflux. And on top of that, I assume that at the end of this boss fight, they want to pull the trash group on top of the boss, which can be very, very dangerous. So we will see if any of those groups is pulling that off, because if one group does it and the other one does not, it can definitely pull one group quite a bit ahead.
Yeah, if one of the teams was going to do it, I think it would have to be Ethical, right? Because they know they're probably behind because of the death count. But that's a scary pull to try to pull. There's a lot going on there, especially with squirrels going out. With all the ground denial that comes out from this boss, I don't think that's something that's like 100% consistent that you can do and never have wipes happen. That being said, if the boss does end up going down first, your release point is here, so maybe you pull them and just gets like some incidental cleave on them through beast cleave. But make sure you kill the boss first, and then that way, if there are some issues, you can just release. But that's just that's a scary prospect for me. I wouldn't want to do it if I was one of these teams.
Yeah, it's definitely very scary, and as you mentioned, I think it's also difficult to get the even cleave on just because some of those mobs just don't like moving quickly, right? And then you get the shield spawn in bad positions maybe as well. But it looks like Clix is going up to pull the trash, or at least some of it, as he was walking up the stairs. There we go. Okay, so it looks like Click from Beyond did engage the trash, and it looks like Arrow is gearing up to do the same thing on Ethical side as well. So both teams are pulling the trash on top of Spark Flex here. Let's see if both those teams can pull it off.
Well, they're going for it, like you said. This is a lot of potential for things to go wrong here. They do have those shields to take reduced damage from, but you can't really sit there underneath the trash because there's just too much going on here, right? You need to make sure you're spread out and dodging gears. So, and of course, you know, the potential to come out of just the shield going away and gears coming right over you right as the shield goes away is a big problem here. Shape did get clipped by a couple of those cogwheels and took pretty much his full health bar and damage, but was able to get topped up by Chompy there. And it, you know, like we mentioned, they're just going for exactly what we said for. They're dealing with Sparkflux first, and then they're going to deal with the trash afterwards. So if something does go wrong, they can just release. But Deplete from Beyond, they just destroyed that pack. They did it so much faster than Ethical.
Yeah, that was actually really clean from Deplete from Beyond side here. As they finished off everything pretty evenly. Once Sparkflex was dead, the rest of the trash was pretty low. So yeah, very well bolstering management here on Deplete from Beyond side. Ethical now finishing off the boss as well as they're moving on to deal with those spider tanks, which they're a pretty big time sink in this dungeon, but you have to deal with those because you can't access the last platform without dealing with one of the spider tanks. So that's why there's no way of making this faster. Play from Beyond already done with this, and you can see both of the teams are having the exact same percentage. Once Ethical gets this spider tank down, they're both on 77%. That means they will have to deal with a little bit of trash on this bridge on the last boss as well before they engage the last one.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're even going for a pretty large pull here. This is, again, a lot of trash here, more than what we normally see if you're used to watching live keys. Of course, the major problem there, the short outs are going to be, you know, dodged by the shield generation damage reduction as well. And you can see they're kind of standing in that Venn diagram with the two shield generators just to take even less damage. So, yeah, definitely something that's easily deal withable. You can just stun the squirrels as they come out as well, so you don't have to worry about moving out for them. And yeah, just clean execution here from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, one thing you do want to worry about is sometimes there's a little bit of a downtime between the shield generators. So you want to make sure you don't have a bad timing, right? When the short out happens, you definitely want the shields up. So that's something you gotta worry about a little bit. And then of course you also want to worry about bolstering because those defense bots have a lot more HP than the other mobs. But it looks like both of the teams are dealing with it pretty cleanly. As you can see, perfect bolstering management by Ethical. And now the Deplete from Beyond, they're already on the last boss. They are engaging. We have 3 obelisks that they have to deal with here on top of a tyrannical boss. So this can be very dangerous. Just keep an eye on how they move as a group here, making sure the bots are being baited in the same position and also the pools are being baited in the same position as well.
Yeah, and as well, just keep making sure that Gigazap target is being moved off to the side as well so nobody else gets hit by it. Remember, the Gigazap does more damage in the first phase than it does in the second phase, so you have to really keep an eye on that target. Clix is getting targeted here by that. He's going to take a lot of damage here from that. Actually, just Turtle's like probably the safe play with all these mobs up. And yeah, they're going to be cleaving down everything. Definitely focusing Samrak a little bit more than the others. That makes sense because they want to get rid of those fear debuffs as soon as possible. And once Samrak goes down, they can kind of take a breath of fresh air. They can start just sort of cleaving down Blood of the Corruptor and the Tank Buster.
Yeah, we see some of the hunters actually playing Dwarf. That means they can use the Dwarf racial to get rid of the debuff in case they don't have Turtle or Revival anymore. And it looks like some of the racials are being used. Kurisu going down, unfortunately, for the Deplete from Beyond. They do have 2 battle rests available, but it's really hard to get a rest up here with the engineering just because of how the room works, right? You have the pools everywhere from the blood, and you also have those bots. So it's really hard to get him back up. Maybe they actually want to finish off the Awaken mobs here before they get Kurisu back up. This is a pretty big time loss for them.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to make up for that 15-second timer, pretty much. They're going to be almost neck and neck at this point in terms of dungeon timer. You can see Ethical is now 25% lower on the boss HP here, and like you mentioned, with the Awakened mobs down, they'll be able to get Curry up, but they have to get it up before the Recalibrate comes out. He's able to get the res and move just barely. That's a really tight timer. If you've ever tried to using engineering res on this fight in the Recalibrate timers, it's incredibly difficult to pull off, and usually the person has to wait for the next set of Recalibrates to take the res. So the fact that he was able to get up there quickly is a huge time save for them in general, but Ethical is now back in the driver's seat after making the early mistakes. This is like a repeat of the Motherlode all over.
I think it's going to be Ethical, just because it's only a 10 seconds difference now with the extra death on Deplete from Beyond's board. And yeah, I mean, it's a tyrannical fight. There's a lot of HP difference here, as Ethical's already fighting the Omega Buster here. And if they don't have any mistakes with deaths, which to be honest can happen because it is tyrannical, and the Giga Blast does a lot of damage on top of also having the arm. Now, the Magneto arm actually scales with Fortified and not with Tyrannical, so it does a little bit less damage, but the Giga Blast still does scale with Tyrannical, and that's why they want to make sure they heal that quite a lot.
Air's right next to that Magneto arm. He's going to be taking a lot of damage here. He's going to have to be focused hard by Chompy here. It looks like he's going to be able to get healed through it. But that's a scary moment there when that Magneto arm spawns right on top of you. You got to get out quick. And I think he had committed his turtle to the previous Giga Zap. I think if he had that Giga Zap done on him, he probably would have just straight up died 100 to 0.
Yeah, probably. Looks like Shape also got hit by one of those bots here, but didn't do too much damage. As I said, those bots actually scale with 45, thankfully. So they have one less thing to worry about, or to worry less about. But yeah, Ethical just so far ahead in boss DPS, 30% ahead on a tyrannical boss fight. It's just quiet a bit. And on top of that, I mean, the 10 seconds, I don't think it's just going to be enough for Deplete from Beyond to make up.
No way, 30% HP on a tyrannical boss. That's like, on 21, that's probably something like 6 or 7 million HP. Yeah. That's way more than 10 seconds of damage to deal with. Ethical, if they play clean and have no further deaths here, they will win this series and take this first series against Deplete from Beyond. It looks like with this final Magneto arm going out and everyone staying healthy with these health bars, Omega Buster going down, only King Mechagon left to deal with for Ethical, and 10 seconds is not going to be enough from Deplete from Beyond. As Ethical takes this very close 3-game series and moves on to the semifinals tomorrow.
Ooh, Ethical playing it really, really close with Deplete from Beyond. And this is exactly what we wanted to be seeing out of this matchup as well, Tettles. Ethical taking the win after very, very narrow timing over their opponents. Simply awesome to see how they bounce back in this one.
Oh, yeah. Dude, the strategies that they were doing, like, all the way up until Kuja from both ends are so incredibly scary just with how you are managing bolstering. Also into Spark Flux as well, dude. Both of these teams just looked immaculate, even though there were a couple deaths here and there. With how aggressive both sides are trying to play out these dungeons, deaths are bound to happen, like we showed. The average deaths on King Mechagon that were that 1.2, I believe, deaths per attempt on that guy. And Kurisu ended up going down, was dead for a long time because it's really hard to get that engineering battle res on him, and that just allowed Ethical to be able to come back from the mistakes that they made earlier on.
That's right, and this is Ethical really not letting any of their mistakes kind of get them down throughout this series as well, Nagura. I mean, they made critical mistakes in Siege Boralus with their extremely elaborate pull that they had there. They had an immediate wipe at the beginning of Motherlode, and they still show so much composure for a team that I feel like we don't really give enough credit, or we don't talk enough about.
Yeah, I think it's just so impressive to have these kind of comebacks, really. Just losing the first game with this mistake that they had with the strat they wanted to do in Siege, right? And then you get to the next game, to Motherlode, and then right at the start, you have another big mistake. And the fact that they can come back from that one and just continue their game, play almost perfectly after the first mistake is really impressive. It just really shows how positive of a mindset they have as a team and how they really tilt-proof.
That's right. And, this is exactly what we need and what we are expecting to see out of the absolute best teams in the world. Because keep in mind, we're going to have bragging rights, of course, but there's also going to be the lion's share of that $300,000 prize pool. So Ethical moves on throughout our bracket to face off against Wunderbar tomorrow. So both those teams here, Titles, they got a nice little pep in their step from the very beginning of the tournament where they're saying, okay, we haven't seen what anybody else is doing for 2 weeks worth of practice. We're getting through that first round in the winner's spot.
Yeah, and I think ultimately you just kind of have to continue to play your game. You've had the 2 weeks of practice, and if you do see something that's a little bit more innovative or a little bit stronger of a strategy, I think that you should probably just continue to double down on what you've done in practice. And just sometimes teams are just going to be faster than you, and unfortunately you just kind of have to play your game and hope that they make a mistake if their map itself is going to be faster.
Yeah, and we've seen time and time again, a lot of times these elaborate strategies are, big coin flips, and it definitely wouldn't be the first time either, the Zyro, that we've seen just massively elaborate things throughout MDI that it's just looks great if you get it, but it's just an absolute mess if not.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit in that Motherlode. Ethical looks like a completely different team from what we saw in the Cups in terms of their general strategy making. We've known them from this entire year for being that team that has super consistent strategies, and in both of those first 2 matches, they went for big pulls that we didn't really see from them before. But even though they didn't pull them off, they were still able to come back and have that mental fortitude that we have known from these veteran MDI players to come back and give themselves a shot, and it paid off for them.
That's right. And next up, we're going to have Golden Guardians facing off against the boys. And Golden Guardians, of course, formerly known as Method NA, going off against the boys who very narrowly got into the tournament to begin with here, Nagura.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very hard task for the boys to beat the Golden Guardians here because they just have been so consistent in that NA region. But we've seen upsets before, and of course they are still the number 4 seed in the EU region, which is a very difficult task in itself. So I definitely think it could happen, but it's definitely going to be in favor of the Golden Guardians just because of their consistent performance in the Cups.
That's right, and they pretty much swept the entirety of the NA region throughout their tournaments, and really were that one team that we always look for, Titles, to set the bar and set the standard for everybody else.
I do look to see if there's going to be how much innovation is going to come out of the Golden Guardians, especially in their series today versus the boys. The first map of the series, I believe, is going to be Freehold. I think that's the first thing that we have to see. And Freehold on bolstering, it's hard to get a ton of innovation, but once you do start to see these small differences coming in between the teams, that's where all of the time is going to be made up. And with the 2 weeks of additional practice, how many innovations can you really make in terms of these dungeons? It should be pretty favorable for the Golden Guardians versus the boys, though. I do agree with Nagura.
All right, well, we'll see what's going to be in store for both of these teams. We'll be taking a quick break before we get into it. Round number 3 between our Golden Guardians and the boys coming up right after our break. back with the Mythic Dungeon International as we're getting ready to start our third round of the day. We're going to be having our Golden Guardians going up against the boys. See who is going to be moving on and who gets dropped down into the lower bracket for tomorrow. Hello everyone, I'm Jack and joined by Dratnos, Tettles, and Zyronic. And Dratnos, you've had some time to be able to kind of sit back and start watching how these games have been going. Has anything stood out to you about some of these different teams from the different regions in terms of how they're prepping, how they're adjusting some of their strategies for their opponents? Are they holding anything back for us?
I don't think anybody we've seen yet has done any actively holding back of strategies. The main thing that falls into that category would be something like Atal'Dazar being banned by Wunderbar.
Yep.
Besides that, I think every team has brought some pretty impressive gameplay, especially I think Ethical's ability to come back from mistakes at the start of their last two dungeons and win that series was extremely impressive and puts North America on the scoreboard here. Well, I guess the North American region. Ethical, of course, an Oceanic
we adopted
team.
them, you know.
I'll accept them.
We do now have the opportunity, though, to see the best team from the North American region from the cut play. That's the Golden Guardians, formerly Method NA, up against the boys who were the 4th seed in EU, but that is also a very impressive feat, right? EU, extremely competitive region, and the boys actually had to win a tiebreaker series to get here, so they definitely want this win also.
That's right. And Golden Guardians has been one of those teams that has constantly put pressure on themselves, and even in many cases, Zyro, they talked about how when North America and Europe were one region together for MDI, they always felt like their European counterpart was always kind of putting pressure on them. But now that they were, in their own region, not having to face off against Wunderbar at all, they still continue to innovate and they still continue to dominate in their region.
Yeah, they didn't let up at all, and I think that's kind of the important thing to mention here is that Golden Guardians or X-Method and they have just kind of kept their foot on the gas pedal, literally the entire year. They haven't let up at all, and of course they took all 3 cups in the North American, Australian region, and we're kind of just looking for them to continue that here against the boys.
That's right.
They put a lot. I was gonna say they put a lot of time in on practice. Once those maps are released, then they basically just get off of live servers. They all post out for raid, and they don't I saw them do weeklies, and that's literally it. They show up to do weeklies for.
And sometimes not even
I said Yoda doing weeklies.
Except for Yoda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yoda's a key fiend. He shows up after they practice for 12 hours a day, and then Yoda's like, I'm not done. I'm going to do live push keys for 4 hours, too. That guy's crazy.
He has some absolutely insane stamina to keep that going, and we're going to need it as we're looking at the map pool we have so far. We're seeing some bans coming in for Shrine of the Storm, and no surprise there with Junkyard. But Dratnos, we're going to get a Reaping map!
Yes, this is great, exciting news, I think. We're all really, really happy to be able to see this affix return. Of course, the Season 2 seasonal affix Reaping, where every 20% of trash count that you killed throughout the dungeon will spawn a wave of Reaping enemies. And those are souls based on the mobs that you've already killed, and then they'll all come and fight you all at once. And that's a really cool affix. We're going to see that in the Waycrest. First, though, we have this bolstering Grievous Fortified Freehold, and that is no mean feat in and of itself.
Yeah, and that's also, one of those dungeons, if we start talking about statistics as well, that Golden Guardians just generally never ever loses on here, Tettles. The dungeons are going to be scaled up as well, but when you get into, what dungeon does somebody really feel at home with, it's got to be Freehold and GG.
Oh yeah, Golden Guardians with the 100% win rate in Freehold. It's that's rough to.
That is their Waycrest Manor.
The Waycrest Manor, exactly. It's Freehold, especially in a bolstering environment, is going to be a very tough dungeon to play, just in terms of where these groups are going to get count, because a lot of times you're going to be doing a ton of trash onto Ludwig and a ton of trash on the Troph pack, but now we're going to see the innovations coming out from both sides.
All right, let's get into it, guys. Freehold starting off our series.
We do have bolstering active here, so we're not going to see big 33% trash at the start. The biggest we saw was 17, right, from Wunderbar. Both teams already on a slightly different first pull here, though.
On the side of the boys, they end up doing that first 9-pack, which is very typical of a live strategy where Golden Guardians are using their 5 meld comp, or I guess full invis comp to be able to skip past the first 9 mobs of the dungeon, are pulling a bunch of mobs towards that corner area to be able to get them stacked up quickly, and are dealing with those mobs, where the boys are now doing a very similar pull to what we saw from Golden Guardians, but the boys blew their bloodlust on that first 9-pack.
Yeah, it's possible they added in there's a 4-pack from upstairs that is possible to be added into that, so they may have upgraded it to a 13-pack pull, because they have 14% count already, before, and this was before stuff even started to die in the second pull. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That was a pull that looked more like a live servers pull than an MDI size pull. However, Golden Guardians here also only able to pick up 13% trash count from their first pull of the dungeon, so they didn't get very much more count than the boys did from their first pull. And it took them a little bit more maneuvering to do so. So actually, I think I like where the boys ended up here. They're going to have quite a lot more count, and they're not going to be pulling the boss all that much later than Golden Guardians are.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's an important thing to denote, is that they're not going to be pulling it all too much later. So now you do see Golden Guardians here have dismounted Sky Captain Crag off of that bird, off of Sharkbait, and now Lighty does pull Crag off to the side, allowing the hunters to be able to bait that guano out in the middle of the room. Where on the side of the boys, they have now recently engaged Sky Captain Crag and are tanking him near his nest, which is an interesting position.
All right, so it looks like we have some ads here, some Corsairs that are going to be joining the fun here for Golden Guardians. They've trapped one of those mobs, and now that has also been broken, the CC, and they're just going to bring these on top of Sky Captain Crag. They have to be a little bit careful as bolstering is active here. They need to make sure that they don't have them die before Crag does.
Something also that they need to be careful of is Crag's cast. He has a healing ability that you do see the revitalizing brew right there that just got interrupted, and then the bone saw that that Golden Guardians grabbed also has a heal. So they need to make sure that they're allocating kicks to both the bone saw and to Sky Captain Crag to make sure that they don't end up missing.
Look at those mobs dying at all the exact same time, and they've actually gained damage on Crag by pulling the trash onto him as well because of the rapid reload traits that all 3 of those hunters are playing. Extremely beautiful execution there from Golden Guardians, and they're going to now move on to the rest of the dungeon. Boys, though, not far behind either. They are just they're 10% trash count ahead and killing this boss 30 seconds later. That's not a bad trade.
20 seconds for 10% trash count. I think I'd take that trade there any day of the week. So now you do see the Golden Guardians are moving on towards the second boss area. Of course, they are running this triple hunter comp. We've seen rogues historically in this dungeon to be able to start RP on a couple of these events a little bit earlier. But without the rogues present, you do have to come up with a little bit more innovative ways of dealing with some of this stuff. So now the boys and Golden Guardians, I think the Golden Guardians did drink that brew to be able to get some of those mobs to activate. You see Yoda using his camouflage running off to the side to be able to start that lightning RP that is in the Trothak area, where the boys have already engaged Jolly and Raul as well. So the boys, movement optimization-wise, a little bit faster than Golden Guardians.
Yeah, they're pretty quick to get into this pull. Petco on the side of the boys, off on that stealth mission as well. Both teams using pretty much the same strategy at this point. But of course, the Golden Guardians do have a little bit more trash that they're going to need to find in the rest of their route. Yoda returning to the fray for them, getting into this boss fight a little bit faster than Petco will for the side of the boys.
This fight is very much, too, hoping that you get bad brews for your team. So in previous seasons of MDI being on like a 19 key level, the bad brews did a little bit less damage, whereas once you do start getting it ramped up to the 20, 21, 22 key level, we have it on 21. So the bad brews are going to be doing effectively more damage towards the boss's HP per bad brew that you get. So you're really hoping that you get those and you're able to stack all of the trash plus the bosses inside of it.
Right, so that's that bartender that throws out a brew every 5 or 10 seconds, and there are 3 possibilities, right? One of which will give a debuff to everything that's hit rather than a buff, and that one,
the debuff is way better.
Yeah, the fact that one scales up with key level, whereas the crit buff or whatever is a number that's flat based on key level or flat relative to the key level, makes it so that those bad brews are extremely, extremely valuable. However, the crit brew is not bad either, especially with 3 hunters.
Interestingly enough, it looks like Lighty tagged a pack of trash before making his way towards the Trothak area. So yeah, they do have that trash that is running underneath that bridge. Lighty's getting everything grouped up for... Ooh, this is a fairly substantial pull on the bolstering setting.
Yeah, they have to be a little bit careful here. So one of the good things about the MDI setup we have in this dungeon is that because of the crew you're joining, you're getting those casters out of here. Casters become friendly after you finish that second boss and go away. And those casters are ones that have slightly less health than everything around them. With those casters removed, pretty much every mob in these pulls has about the same amount of health as each other. I think the Knuckle Dusters maybe have a smidge more than everything else.
The Scrappers also have
a little bit
bit more as well.
They're all in the same ballpark. There's nothing that has half as much health as the others, is the casters are a lot less health. So once those are removed, it's actually possible to pull fairly big, even with bolstering active.
All right, so here's the interesting bolstering tech that you have right here. You have the triple crusher on top of Ludwig. So for those who don't know, basically the crushers can get bolstered by other mobs that are killed nearby, but whenever the crushers themselves die, they will not bolster other enemies. So the Golden Guardians here are able to utilize the hunters and the rapid reload traits, multi-shotting, not really caring about even cleaving. Of course, they're still going to be kill commanding Ludwig because Ludwig has substantially more health, but this is a really smooth tech for being able to not mismanage your bolstering. It's just a really efficient bolstering route because under normal circumstances, these crushers aren't efficient because they have so much health relative to the count they give. But under these circumstances in bolstering, they are efficient.
Yeah, they take less of a penalty on bolstering than the other mobs do because of that weird interaction, and that means that they're able to get this Ludwig done with some other count. That'll really advance them as they're now almost caught up to where the boys are in terms of trash count. However, the boys are in the middle of fighting some stuff as well. Golden Guardians now going out here, doing some trash while they're waiting for the next RP to finish, and pulling a crusher as well. They're going to need to focus damage onto that crusher. Now they'll be bringing it in to Trothak.
So I would assume that they're going to be cleaving off of this crusher, probably multi-shotting far less frequently. Look, you see Lip and Yoda right there casting that Cobra shot. So they're electing to do significantly less AoE and get less efficient priority damage to make sure that crusher is getting further in line HP-wise with the rest of the pack, just because pulling that crusher on top of the rest of the stuff is going to be efficient.
Yeah, now you can see, because it's lower, its health bar is less full than the other mobs, they're able to start multi-shotting again, and you see all of those projectiles now coming out from all three of the hunters as they've been given the go-ahead to start AoEing. And once again, that damage assignment from this team is very, very, very good. They're doing a great job here of not losing any time to bolstering.
Look at the boys. On the side of the boys, too, they're neck and neck. While they've pulled a little bit different
goes down
route.
on the side of Golden Guardians. What happened there? Was he outside of the arena?
Did he get meleeed? Was he out of the arena?
I believe. Okay, no, he must have something. He was not outside of the arena because he at least got res.
Because he got res,
the arena.
yeah.
However, it's possible that what can happen is the food can get queued up to get thrown at you, and then you run into the middle of the arena, and then it hits you. So that's still possible. But I think melee may also have been the case.
It's hard to tell, but yeah, something went wrong, and JB was the result of the punishment of that.
Something tragic occurred on the side of Golden Guardians.
Right now, the boys and Golden Guardians are neck and neck. 10% boss differential separates them. Ooh, the boys are electing to grab the Crusher. While on the side of Golden Guardians, they're grabbing a bunch of those neutral mobs that are off to the side.
Yeah, the Crusher with Trothak can be a little bit of a interesting decision because you see there it can kind of deny the space around the boss, but when you don't have any melee in your group, that's not as big of a downside. But you also don't have anybody in the group that really benefits from having an extra mob next to the boss. If there were two, then the hunters would be gaining some single target, but because there's just the one, it is still an overall DPS increase, but it's not going to increase the damage they do to Trothak.
I would have. I think you're right. I think I would have probably have elected to run double Crusher on top of Trothak because you are able to gain some single target benefit. But you do end up losing the Mistweaver damage, because if you have double Crusher, there's no way the Mistweaver actually does anything realistically. On the side of Golden Guardians, they grabbed some of the trash that was off to the side near that Urgroth obelisk placement, and they were able to grab that in. Lighty there, for those who didn't see, did a spectacular move. He intervened J.B whenever he got harpooned. The harpooner can pull your tank out of the arena, forcing him to get food thrown on him, but Lighty with the presence of mind to make sure that he's getting ready to cast that intervene to not to get gripped out of the arena is just a spectacular play.
All right, Golden Guardians now fire off the intimidating shout. They have a bunch of mobs there that are now fleeing in terror as Lighty is just... Okay, so this has got to be... Lighty is going to get the count here from this Ravager.
Where's the rest of the group?
The rest of the group, I think, might be in Nyalotha.
Oh, they're in the obelisk.
I think
yeah, they're in Nyalotha.
Yeah, so Lighty melded off combat from the mobs that he intimidating shouted, and now he will be pulling the boss while the rest of the team is in Ny'alotha. The rest of the team now comes out of Ny'alotha, and they are going to be fighting the mobs here. They're not going to be kiting. They will be fighting all of these awakened enemies, and then they're still going to need a little bit of count, so at the end of the boss fight, they will either be doing Ravagers or Cannonballs. Meanwhile, on the side of the boys, we are doing something different. Over here, they're just trying to get this count from these Ravager pulls. But it looks like something may have gone horribly awry here, as I note that there are still enemies alive. Let's see if do they still have a Ravager included in there?
Yes, they do.
Okay, then they're okay.
It seems as if they still have a Ravager.
One would hope. If there isn't a Ravager involved in this, then something has gone really wrong.
This is a tragedy.
I don't see a Ravager in there, but maybe
There it is.
there's
It is right
gas coming out.
They had
All right.
to kick the Ravager because the pack didn't get separated quick enough. Was the initial problem?
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Meanwhile, on the side of Golden Guardians, though, they are done here with these 4 obelisks, pretty much. There's that Dark Fury cast. Lighty gets out of it barely.
GG Cannonball Barrage is
yeah.
Harlan, 30, right?
The reason that 4 obelisks on Harlan is so doable is because he does relatively few mechanics at the start of the fight, which is when you have the 4 obelisks. And then by the time he ramps up to have difficult mechanics, after the 60% threshold, there are no longer any obelisks alive. And so it actually works out really naturally well, that combination there. But Golden Guardians aren't quite done yet. They don't just have this boss fight ahead of them. They still have to get another 12% trash count. We'll have to see exactly what their plans are to do that. The boys are in a very similar situation. They are also fighting those obelisks here with Harlan. They are a little bit behind in terms of where they are relative to Golden Guardians, but this is a very volatile strategy. Whatever the Golden Guardians are up to here, okay, they've jumped ahead a little bit here in trash count. I think they may have had a Ravager pull go off or something in the middle of this.
That would be interesting to get a Ravager pull, because now they only need 6% enemy forces count. Now Harlan Sweet has dropped below that 30% threshold. Of course, he does do global combat on a lot of his stuff, including the Cannonball Barrage. So now you actually see the mobs and the whole entire team getting grouped up right on top of all of this trash, preparing, stacking up for that Cannonball Barrage. You have the Shockwave to get everything grouped up just perfectly. All of the trash starts to go down, bolstering up Harlan Sweet, but Harlan's at 1% HP. He ends up going down. The rest of the trash.
98% trash count. These mobs have a lot of bolstering stack there at 100%, though.
There it goes.
That should be the win there. That is, yes.
There it is. Golden Guardians taking the win and doing it in great fashion, as we're coming to know and to expect. But also pretty interesting as well, Zyro. We're going to look at the times it's going to compare to Wunderbar, as they're on other sides of the bracket, but they know that they're going to be staring each other down. And about a 40-second difference in favor of Wunderbar after Golden Guardians took it.
Yeah, in general, I don't think this was like the best effort that we've ever seen from this Golden Guardians team, right? That it was a lot slower than their counterparts in Wunderbar, and I think you could just tell from the overall progression of the dungeon that Golden Guardians wasn't really playing that great here. They were behind for the first like 8 minutes, and I think they were behind up until they pulled off that obelisk skip at the end. Mm-hmm. So we can probably see an improvement from them, but I don't know about 40 seconds.
Yeah, and maybe it just starts coming down to just... I'm curious as to how you would analyze this one, Dranos, between running with all of the obelisks and actually ending up fighting with them. It takes a lot of time, but you do have your healer with you the entire time to help with the spells, to make sure they can add some extra damage. We've been kind of going back and forth with to kite or not to kite for Freehold for quite a while now.
Yeah, in Freehold, the big thing that doesn't exist in other dungeons that does exist in favor of not kiting the obelisk is that then you get access to using Harlan's Cannonball Barrage to get count at the end of the dungeon. And that's not something you can do if you're relying on the healer not being there, right? Because it's such a heavy damage thing to be doing. So I think that's the big thing that the team gets access to by fighting those 4 obelisks with the boss rather than by kiting them.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's also going to, get us to start thinking about the next series as well with I don't know if it was surprise or not, Zyra. Let me know what you think on this for having Reaping coming into it, because I felt like a lot of the Reaping was going to get passed over in favor of practicing for later rounds, but it is interesting to start seeing it coming up so early here.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, the Reaping is only available in the first 8 matches, I believe, so after that, those dungeons return to Awaken, but I think Waycrest Manor is a great dungeon for Reaping. Underrod as well, right? They really lend themselves to to sort of a DK Reaping style, right? Where you can AoE a bunch of trash on top of the boss, and then you can also AoE the Reaping mobs on top of the boss as well. So if the teams actually have practice those reaping dungeons with the DKs, they're going to absolutely blitz through them. But at the same time, you know, do you want to commit 2 different dungeons of practice time basically to practicing Waycrest Manor? Because you probably have to have both reaping and awaken practice if you want to leave it open. So that's probably why we're seeing it being banned, but it looks like both of these teams are kind of prepared for it.
It's true.
I think that you also need to remember there is an interesting interaction in the Soulbound Goliath room, whereas if any mobs pass through the doorway, it will reset Soulbound Goliath. So where you actually kill the mobs on reaping is also just as important as to like what mobs you are pulling in that courtyard area.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. And Zyro, do you have anything else to add for that Freehold dungeon as we start taking a look at the replay again here?
Yeah, I kind of want to go over what happened in this dungeon because it was kind of a weird setup, right? We saw initially the boys pulling 14% more trash early on. Not Method and A. Golden Guardians made up a little bit of trash count by being efficient by cleaving that trash on top of the first boss. They cut up a little bit, but they ended up pulling this second boss at roughly the same time with just more trash count in favor of the boys. And it wasn't until this last obelisk skip that Golden Guardians pulled off that they kind of came in the lead. The Ravager pack that the boys ended up dealing with on its own solo kind of cost them the match, whereas Golden Guardians, just like we saw earlier, they dealt with one of the Ravager packs for the rest of the percentage during the boss, which is pretty impressive on its own right.
That's true. Very, very true. And it's always crazy to look at how quickly Freehold runs can go. And it's just the most minor of differences a lot of times, Tettles, that'll just start putting one team over the top.
Oh, yeah. Especially in a bolstering setting where you just are like, where do I even get 30 count with one pull? You're trying to just like manage where you're going to be able to obtain the count that you're looking to get. And it's like the boys do a very unconventional pull at the beginning, and we were talking about it on cast. We're like, is this even good? And stuff like that, whenever you are in a bolstering setting, forces you to innovate. Typically on death effects are all like most of the time going to be like this, though.
It's true. And let's set our sights now onto Waycrest. Is Fortify, Bursting, Volcanic, and Reaping. Probably one of the best affix combinations we can possibly think of for a dungeon like Waycrest here, Drenos.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. Another important thing here that's not really listed on this is the absence of Awakened. These teams have been playing with Awakened on both the live servers and in the MDI for the past like 5-6 months now. And now they're gonna have to deal with a dungeon without access to those obelisks for skips and without worrying about it and without using it as a cooldown recovery period as well. So all of those old strategies that were kind of developed over the past 6 months with the Awakened as a core assumption are now gone. So the Reaping coming in is also really, really big, though. Yeah, of course.
Do you think we're gonna have any like throwback classes coming into this one, Tettles?
I would suspect that we're going to see the DK double DK Demon Hunter because
careful
should be good. I make no promises that we're going to see double DK Demon Hunter, but it should be good for this on paper.
Yeah, and
I've only seen triple hunter in every dungeon, so I don't even know what I know anymore, man.
Speaking of on paper, let's start taking a look at Raw, as this is usually the site of some of the largest and most aggressive pulls possible, Zyro.
Yeah, and those average wipes, like that's a pretty crazy number, right? 25% failure on this boss. 1 out of every 4 times teams pull this boss, they end up wiping. It's not because Raw's a difficult boss, right? It's because they're just pulling so much trash on top of it that the failure rate goes up massively. So, I mean, having 1.5 people die on average every time you pull the boss is pretty crazy.
Yeah. If you're playing with Death Knights, the boss actually gets easier with Reaping because you get you get the Reaping wave on top as well to blow up everything at the start. So you're actually doing way more damage on pull if you can bring a Reaping wave from outside of Rawl's room into his room with all of his trash. I have no idea though what the teams are going to do with Reaping. I don't know where they're going to plan to have it. I've forgotten what we did in the MDI where Reaping was active.
So it is bursting, but in addition to that, it's also like you get the Reaping, so your Way of the Crane is a little bit better.
That's true. Let's see what they got as game's getting started right now between Golden Guardians and the boys.
We have Death Knights here, but not from both teams. Golden Guardians have decided double Death Knight Demon Hunter is the play here. This is a composition that we've seen in Junkyard previously in this very MDI, whereas the boys are on double Hunter and Demon Hunter as well. Tettles, what do you make of these comp differences?
Oh goodness, I don't know how much advantage the double Hunter actually brings in terms of boss damage that it provides because it is a fortified setting, but it should slightly increase survivability. Like, those hunters are normally pretty bad survivability wise, but having access to the aspect of the turtle is like, it negates bursting in such a significant way that I do think that there is merit in both of these compositions. But right now, Golden Guardians, how they're pulling the dungeon is way better than what the boys have done. Golden Guardians grabbing the guards and the captains from outside of the room and pulling it right on top of Heartsbane Triad and trying to nuke down the boss as quickly as possible. And they're starting to catch up to what the boys did, even though the boys didn't pull a ton of trash on the opener on top of Triad.
Yeah, this this is going to be awesome. Oh, we did a death, though, on the side of the boys. Chaya going down, actually, on the Demon Hunter. That's not a spec I would have expected to die here on this first boss, especially with Fortified active instead of Tyrannical. But it's a spec where an unfortunate Jagged Nettles can get you. However, it does have access to the Netherwalk. Not used, though.
I wonder if he may have gotten disoriented. It's hard to say, because those frogs, whenever they die, they drop a green puddle on the ground, and if you stand in the green puddle, you get disoriented for, what is it, 6 seconds or something like that? You're disoriented.
Yeah, usually less because you end up being dead before the effect expires, but...
Exactly. I would assume that may have been what happened. It's hard to really say. Golden Guardians here are pulling these guards and captains off to the side. Lighty, the only one getting in combat with it. Oh, unfortunately, Yoda Pad also getting in combat.
Oh no, dude! Oh, the volcanic into the thing from beyond, and now Golden Guardians
No!
are going to have to wipe.
It's gonna be a wipe for Golden Guardians.
We've had a tragedy occur on the side of Golden Guardians as affixes and corruption have teamed up in a way that they never could before on a Reaping Dungeon to just murder this whole team. The boys, on the other hand, pulling now into the courtyard area here. They have Matron Brindle. They're not pulling it onto the boss. They're just doing some trash here. Again, you have to be really cognizant of that exact trash count number as it reaches 20%. That is the breakpoint. The 20% number will be when we see our first Reaping Wave spawn. And the difference there, therefore, between hitting like a 19% on a pull and hitting 20% is massive in terms of pathing to that dungeon.
So the boys also pulled some of the frogs in the in the Heartsbane Triad room. I don't know if those spawn Reaping or not. They do on death affixes, so I think it's assumed that they probably spawn Reaping. But like, they did get 2% trash count, but if they end up spawning a Reaping Wave while in combat with Soulbound Goliath, if mobs come through the door, they will reset the mobs.
Okay, look what's going on the side of Golden Guardians. They're pulling everything into the Soulbound Goliath here, and look at everything just melt. Demon Hunter, or Death Knights spiking in damage here. They are now above that 20% threshold. Wansambi is going to resurrect these souls, and here we go, take 2. Mobs coming back. Every soul is based on the mob that it was spawned from, and they have a slightly different set of abilities. So caster mobs turn into these caster souls that spam out a percent health-based blast. Most mobs just do a stacking dispel on the tank that does need to be dispelled, and then big mobs, big lieutenant mobs, will do a frontal smash that you need to get out of.
So it seems as if what I said was fiction, and no longer does Reaping reset Soulbound Goliath once it passes through the doors.
Yeah, I remember things being a little bit weird in the middle of actual Reaping season, but it does look like that is now fixed, which is great news, of course.
Yeah, it used to be that way. Clearly not that way anymore.
And Golden Guardians, you can see actually how much they've caught up here on boss health. Oh, the boys have triggered their Reaping Wave in the middle of this pull, and Rads has gone down as a result.
Rads!
They need to find a way to resurrect him. They don't have a battle res though, so the wave to resurrect him is going to be wiping.
Oh, Chaya.
Unfortunately.
Hop. Skip.
Yeah, Chaya's going to try and kite this out. It is potentially possible, but he does get stunned by the Soul Thorns cast. That will lead to him perishing. And down he goes. And that will soon be followed by the rest of the boys here, and they are now in capital T trouble.
And now they are capital D dead.
That is definitely the case. Golden Guardians
Goodbye,
also at
Naladra.
20% on Soulbound Goliath, but they are going to be able to finish it rather than bring it back up to 100%. And they're pulling more trash actually here. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. They're doing something aggressive here. Bunch of trash coming out here. A lot of maggots in this pull as well. And those maggots do a spit debuff. If that all targets the same person, luckily we see most of them on Yoda there. Demon Hunter, a great target to withstand that magic damage. Lady though goes down to 10%. Gets hit with the full-sized life cocoon.
Dude, Demon Hunter with Fel Barrage is immaculate at being able to survive all of these maggots because he is able to get just an immense amount of leech. So he gets all the debuffs on him. He Fel Barrages and is like, I don't even need your healing, JB. Lip, you seem to have perished. However, the pack is going to be soon finished. JB's going to res up Lip, and it's going to be okay.
They don't actually have a battle res, though. And Lip will have to release here because they've crossed that 40% threshold.
Yeah.
And that means we're going to see a Reaping Wave. And there is actually one of those big Lost Souls from Matron Brindle that does that frontal swirly. On both sides, actually. Both sides fighting Matron Brindle's Lost Soul here. Oh my goodness, the nostalgia is just rushing back now.
Do you think they get access to Blonde Samdi if they deplete the dungeon?
It definitely looks like both teams have made some plays that look like they're going to try and find out.
I do not believe that anybody's going to deplete this dungeon. Dratus is just being toxic. All right, so now the buffs have perished on the side of Golden Guardians. Now Golden Guardians are making their way down the hallway. I wonder how much trash they're going to pull into Rawl the Gluttonous. So this dungeon was the original 1 million DPS pull. We saw that from Team D one of the weekends as they pulled all the trash into Rawl's room, into Rawl. Lighty gearing up to be able to pull all of this trash, including some of the stuff in the hallway, straight into Rawl. It is bursting. So be looking to see how everybody's going to be able to deal with this once these mobs do end up getting blown up. You see the Death and Decay is coming down. You see the Fel Barrage coming out. All these mobs are starting to get blown up.
Shakib is actually holding on to cooldowns here, and I love this. Shakib not using his cooldowns on here because they are about to go over 60% here, and then they will get a Reaping Wave.
Okay, so it was 1 DK's cooldowns, and now
no,
Shakib goes down right as he pops his Unholy Frenzy.
Oh goodness, that is the exact opposite of what you wanted to happen there. And now Golden Guardians had this plan that would have resulted in having a huge burst of damage for this Reaping Wave, and that is falling apart. Lip now in huge damage range too. J.B also. They have a lot of extra maggots here because a couple of Infest casts went out, and Infest casts lead to those maggots multiplying. They might be able to survive this, but they're certainly not going to be able to have that explosive burst to do it quickly that they would have had Shakib been able to survive there. The boys, though, also having
that's really bad, but the boys are in... Yeah. That's bad for Golden Guardians, but the boys are definitely in more trouble as Petco is currently dead, while Soulbound Goliath is at 20%, so they are a full boss behind at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the boys had a much more catastrophic wipe earlier, right? Both teams have similar numbers on the death log here, but one of those was 5 deaths from the boys while a boss was at 20% HP, and that is not something from which you can easily recover. Golden Guardians, meanwhile, you know, this death is slowing them down. It's slowing them down by a substantial amount. It could cost them a close match, but it's not going to turn a match that wasn't close into a close match.
Exactly. Lip's starting to drop pretty low here, but does get topped up by JB, and now you actually see Rawl the Glutton starting to go down here momentarily. The boys, on the other hand, on the right-hand side of the screen, Petco has been res, and now Rad's Boom is... Ooh, okay, so he's not pulling the stuff into Rawl. He's actually just lining it around the corner, trying to get everything synced up as quickly as he can.
I think they're going to take the Reaping Wave in here, maybe. They don't have Death Knights, though, to benefit from doing something like that. So we'll see exactly what their strategy is going to involve here. They're certainly about to trigger their second Reaping Wave of the dungeon, though, as they cross that 40% threshold.
How do you like the Hunters in this Reaping environment? Because Golden Guardians with the DK, they're separating out how many DK cooldowns they use per set, right? So they're not using 100% of their damage all at once.
Yeah, the Hunters here are not... They're not bad at dealing in big AoE, right? Big AoE is like Hunters are fine at that, but they don't have a unique niche at it like the Unholy Death Knights do. And I think that when the Reaping adds in all of these extra, like 4 or 5 extra massive pulls into every dungeon, I do believe that is enough to make those Death Knights, at least one of them, worthwhile.
Yeah, now you actually see Golden Guardians, they are pulling the downstairs Matron 2 with a significant portion of their trash.
Meanwhile, though,
that is down in that area.
The boys are taking this thing into Rawl. I think they have enough trash here to spawn a Reaping Wave as well. So we'll get to see how much single target they can get as a result of all this. And you can see Chaya actually doing that big AoE with the Fel Barrage. They cross... No, they don't actually. Are they going to reach that 60% amount? I think they will. They have a lot of mobs there getting low. And yes, they will. They need to be careful of bursting.
Yeah,
I think they're going to get it.
The positive side of having Reaping with bursting is the fact that, like, once your Reaping ends up spawning, your Monk can hold Way of the Crane to be able to just cleave the spinning Crane kick off of the amount of Reaping mobs that are just sitting right on top of the boss. Right here, you do see Bob popping that Vivify, so maybe he pops Spinning Crane, Way of the Crane a little bit earlier. And Eladra ends up going down, but they do have a Battle Res for him. Unfortunately, not running any of those Death Knights, Druids, or Warlocks, so no Battle Res classes available, so they have to channel that Engineering Res on him. Eladra ends up standing up, getting that Res. Golden Guardians are pulling the trash in the Lord and Lady Waycrest room, so significantly more progressed in the dungeon right now.
Yeah, they are doing great here. Pulling a bunch of trash all together. They're not pulling the boss onto this. They're just pulling a reaping wave into this trash. I would have actually not been surprised. Yeah, actually, okay, here we go. We do see the boss getting pulled. I was about to say, this is the kind of thing I was expecting them to do. Looks like they may have just been waiting for cooldowns. Once again, you can see Shakib holding onto that Unholy Frenzy, but Lip going off right now on the pull. This is going to get them not actually to that last reaping wave of the dungeon or anything, but is going to do a huge amount of damage to all of these enemies.
But yeah, look, Shaq and Lip both are still separating out their cooldowns. Shakib still has access to that Unholy Frenzy, where Lip popped his Blood of the Enemy and that Unholy Frenzy almost immediately on pull whenever everything was starting to get grouped up. So they're doing a really good job of using the DK cooldowns.
I'm not sure I like it in this situation. I'm not sure I like Shakib's saving of the Unholy Frenzy for later. He may just not have had his other stuff to go with it.
Exactly.
There isn't really a benefit that you're getting here by using the Unholy Frenzy later in this boss fight because there's not more trash to be pulled onto it or a Reaping Wave that will spawn during it. But I loved the way that they were planning to do that in the Raw room. I think that in particular
maybe
was
inspired. It could just be taking too much damage away from Lips, like damage, like AoE single target damage conversion via his Festermite and stuff like that. So maybe you want to like slow down on your burst, but I don't know. I think I agree. I think it's holding, it's saving when you don't necessarily need to.
And we see the team now almost done, actually, with Lord and Lady Waycrest. Unfortified, these bosses melting fairly quickly. This boss in particular, when you have access to a Protection Warrior, that Protection Warrior does huge amounts of damage to Lord Waycrest with the spell reflectability. That just shreds the bosses, or shreds Lord Waycrest because his Wasting Strike is reflectable. You can see they're assigning their damage here such that these two are going to die at roughly the same time. In fact, they're actually laying off of Lord Waycrest and just letting it die.
Ooh, Rats goes down.
The boys are perishing here. That's going to be a full team wipe for them. Yeah, that's brutal. They decided to try and use a B-Res to save the pull, and then they ended up using their B-Res and still wiping fully, and that is just a really, really rough spot to be in. Going to cost them a load of time. They're going to have to just try and figure out exactly how they can hope to recover here. They are going to keep trying, though, because, of course, things could go horrifically bad for Golden Guardians in this spot. Okay, so here we go. They're on to the last boss now. We have all of the trash coming in here as well. They will be using their Death Knight cooldowns to blow up this, and then they will have another set of trash coming in with that final Reaping Wave of the dungeon. There goes the Death and Decays. Both Death Knights just blasting off here on pull. They're not saving anything.
They popped Army, too.
Wave. Everything has expired. They are now going to line of sight around this little thing here to make sure that they can bring all of the souls, because of course there are more souls coming from the Lord and Lady Waycrest room. Those will be joining the fun here, but Gorak Tull is already dead on my screen. That thing has disappeared. All of its health has just been removed.
This just in, double Army of the Dead, full DK cooldowns, murders bosses in 45 seconds. All right, cool. Just as Bloodlust ends,
unreasonable,
too.
but that is going to be the win for Golden Guardians.
Wow. What in the world was that speed? Golden Guardians taking the win, giving us a great dose of nostalgia as well, getting to see some Reaping back in the tournament. And Zyro, we were talking about this beforehand. Are people going to practice this? Are people going to commit to just saying, we're just not going to touch this dungeon at all. We're not going to worry about these affixes at all. Golden Guardians just crushed that, despite, some deaths here and there.
Yeah, I mean, even with... Imagine how much faster that could be if they didn't randomly have 4 deaths out of nowhere, right? But, yeah, they definitely... It seems like they metagamed the boys like crazy here, right? The boys running the double Hunter comp on Reaping doesn't really seem like they practiced for this map on Reaping at all. The DKs just allow you to do so much to these fortified bosses. I mean, you saw Gorak Tull die in, what was it, 40, 45 seconds there?
45!
Like
it makes sense to sort of ban out a map, sort of a double practice map pool. If you think about Cub play, right? When you only have 2 days to practice those maps, but they had 2 weeks to practice. I don't see why you wouldn't want to go in and like practice all of those maps, right?
Yeah, or at least have some kind of general game plan or something along those lines.
I do think it's reasonable for teams to choose to not practice and to ban the Reaping dungeons, but then you actually got to ban them, right? You can't just rely on a team like Golden Guardians not having practiced something, even if there was an argument to not practice it, because Golden Guardians are not showing up unprepared to anything here. This is a team that lives and breathes Mythic Plus. They're ready to do whatever could possibly happen. They have a plan for it. They have a contingency. And definitely, I think they had practiced both these Reaping Dungeons, at least enough to know whether or not they wanted to ban them.
True. And I think that's one of the biggest things what we've already seen in the past as well, Titles. I mean, in cup play, a lot of times it was Junkyard, where people kind of played chicken with each other and said, all right, no, you're going to ban it. No, you're going to ban it. And sometimes neither team bans it and somebody's in trouble.
Yes, and I think seeing a map that you are not like super prepared for fall through the ban, and you're just like, oh no, man. I was hoping whenever you have the hope that somebody else is going to ban a map, you were in deep trouble.
That's right. And, you know, we saw it firsthand, Zaro, as we take a look at some of these replays, that the boys just ran into a lot of trouble and just kind of stumbled over their own feet.
Yeah, and I feel like even if they didn't have that wipe, we would have seen just how powerful the double DK comp on Reaping is. You can see how much damage they can just pump out on Soulbound Goliath and the other bosses with those extra Reaping mobs, just funneling into that DK AoE single target engine. Now, unfortunately, this death to Rads happened at like the worst possible time. He dies right as they proc the Reaping Wave. So maybe if the Reaping Wave was dead, they could have ping-ponged the boss a little bit with the Demon Hunter and the Monk, but the Reaping Wave is spawning right as he died. That was all she wrote for that pull, and that was it. And then here again, on Lord and Lady Waycrest, letting the DKs set up their wounds and then pulling the boss. And I mean, just watch the burst here. Both DKs instantly just 5-6 million damage dealt. That's the power of that class, especially when paired up with Reaping. It's crazy what they can do.
So something that I just saw that happened to Rads whenever we were watching a replay, he died with 24 stacks of his eyeball on him. That is very unlucky. He was going for the eyeball world record, and he unfortunately won and or lost, depending on how you view it.
I wonder if it's them stacking the verse build that makes them think they can just sit in it, right? That's got to be what it is, because they have like what, something ridiculous like 40 or 50% DR. They don't have to worry about the damage too much. It's like, oh wait a minute, I actually have 24 stacks of eyeball here. I can actually die.
No, they're never even looking at it at all. You gotta have the healer who's the one who's watching it, and then he's like, hey, you got like 20 stacks, you know? And they're like, oh, like that's why I'm taking damage. Like that. It's got to be some kind of wake-up call there to be able to have them watch themselves. And that's always kind of the cool thing, is like two worlds sort of colliding on this one as well, Dratnos. If you have Reaping waves coming in, but you also have to deal with all the consequences of corruption at the same time.
Yeah, we saw corruption. That was kind of the unexpected result of Golden Guardians' wipe, was, you know, corruption effects keeping them in combat and making it so that their skip didn't work out. That wasn't the corruption reaping interaction, but yeah, the corruption reaping interaction is absolutely a thing that these teams had to deal with and has never had to be dealt with before. So we get to see that for the first time here.
That's right. Now, with our third series of the day complete, with Golden Guardians taking that win, we'll be taking one more quick break before we enter our final round between Perplexed and Complexity Limit. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with more MDI action. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mythic Dungeon International as our 4th series of the day is about to begin. Is that us? You good right here?
No, I've been sitting here dying laughing because Dranos during audio check is neighing like a horse.
Call
Wait,
him
was he
out
just doing
like
it
that.
to you? I didn't hear
There is
it.
no horsing around as we're about to find out who wins between Perplex and Complexity Limit.
Can never put you two together on this one. Perplexed and Complexity Limit's going to be the next series that we've got going on, and this really is going to be what I want. One of the games I've been most looking forward to, and I'd be remiss if I didn't hit up Zyronic to ask you, which version of Complexity Limit are we going to see this weekend?
You know what? I don't actually know. They've been very secretive, like all the teams, about their practice. Let's go fire it up. I'm fired up. Thumbs up.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that history as well. Complexity Limit started off very strong and started really building up a lot of hype throughout cup play here, Dranos. But as the cups went along, they never really truly hit their stride to start overtaking some of the top teams on NA. They finished in the 3rd seed for the region, and we're just not really sure what's going to happen with them here.
Yeah, every cup weekend we kind of had this narrative of like, okay, this is going to be it. You know, they're going to be a good team. They've shown so much potential, but at some point that potential has to get converted into actual results, or else it can't have really been there, right? This has got to be that point for them. They've got to show this weekend in this global finals that they actually have the ability to win one of these things, you know, to at least put up some great matches and take some matches off of top teams. Because it hasn't really materialized in any of the previous cup matches. You know, there were individual games, individual matches where they looked good, but they could never really string together good results in a row.
That's right, and against an opponent like Perplexed, it's going to be incredibly tough as well. So take a look at the map pool. We've got Motherlode to start us off, and we are going to be having both Workshop and Underrot getting banned on this one, Titles. What do you make of it?
I mean, it's like we've been talking about. Underrot ban intrinsically higher value because it's the same map. So if the only map you do not practice is this one map, you basically get 2 bans for it every single time. Whereas starting off in the Motherlode, I do not want to say we will see Death Knights because I said that earlier and I was burned. So I think we will see. I think we will see Hunters.
Hot take Tettles coming in on this one. All right, with Motherlode to get us going, we're followed up by Atal and King's Rest. So I'm also going to be looking at, what Perplex is really going to be bringing to the table on this one, Dranos, because we know that they have been this team constantly fighting up against Wunderbar, formerly Method EU, to be that top team and to really show that they can be the champions as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming off of a win against Method EU. This is the last match they played in an MDI setting, right? So they're on a hot streak. Motherlode is a good dungeon for them as well. They won 3/4 of the time they were in this dungeon in the cup play, with their losses pretty much only against Wunderbar. But this is a great map for them, and they've shown some good strategies here. They've perfected some of the good strategies, even ones that we saw developed by teams like Paint for Femme in here. So I think that this is a really, really good spot for Perplexed to show that they are still that same team that took down Wunderbar in the last time they played.
That's right. Well, the map's ready to go. Let's get into it. As is game number 1 between Perplexed and Complexity Limit. Dranos, Horseman, and Tettles, let's take it away.
Is that a mage?
That is a mage. We got fired up on. I actually can't see his full name, but I bet it's like fired up cannon or something.
Hopefully. All right, so now you have Divine here, grouping up all the mobs as you do see Zamaka, Shine, and Swag running off to the side, getting in that camouflage, getting everything that they need to as well, making sure that their Feign Death Thing are melding off of all of those mecha jockeys to be able to get the Peacekeepers to not proxy, aggro, anything. And you do see Perplexed here with all the Peacekeepers running towards them. This is going to be a fairly efficient pull for them. On the side of Complexity Limit, they're looking like they're doing something very similar. His name is Fired Up Casty, not Cannon.
Yeah, well, that's good detective work. Glad we found that out.
You see him currently doing tank damage, but do not fear. Once you do see that combustion begin to be popped, he will ramp up very rapidly.
Yeah, with access to this Tournament Realm gear that we have right now, mages have so much access to that Masterful Corruption. So Fired Up here, I assume running a full set of it. We can actually go take a look, though. And that is...
Let me do some detective work. Okay, so he's playing that Worldbane Resonance Major. So he's playing what is known as the Minute Mage. So basically, he has Kindling, World Vein, Resonance Major, and Vision of Perfection Minor to be able.
Tanks have died on both sides. Both teams have a tank on the floor, and they're going to have to try and get reses out. It's really difficult to do with 30 Peacekeepers. Complexity Limit do get Max back up. The opposite has happened, though. A Shine has fallen, and they still don't have Divine back up. Complexity Limit trying to recover here, but Fired Up is under attack. Fired Up has drawn the ire of all these enemies without Max there to tank for him, is now sitting inside an Ice Cube.
Okay, Fired Up does press his meld, so he's able to drop threat here. Eric and Atrocity both have ways to be able to drop their threat as well, so they were trying to drop everything. As long as Max can get threat off of Twisted, this should be fine. It looks like Complexity Limit's able to recover, whereas on the side of Perplex, they reset coin-operated Crowd Pummeler. They're just trying to get these Peacekeepers down, because if they lose the count for them, then that would be just catastrophic. But I do not know how they recover from this.
Yeah, I mean, this is just two different problems, one of which was solved and one of which was not solved, right? The Complexity Limit side of things, they were able to really recover. On the side of Perplexed, they are going to get that Battle Res out. They're going to return Divine.
Is the Coin Pummeler pulled again? Oh, no, man.
I imagine they're obligated to reset the boss here because they don't have a Shine Up, nor do they have a Res for him. I imagine that the fastest thing for them to do would still be to just reset the boss again. And I think it was just pulled because the mobs were being kited through where he spawned.
Divine just got hit by the
Stunny stun. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Okay, the boss has been reset. The Peacekeepers are now starting to all perish. Perplex did not lose as much as we thought they were going to, considering how catastrophic that mistake was. On the side of Complexity Limit, things are looking okay for them, though.
Yeah, Complexity Limit doing great here. They've secured all the count. It cost them that battle res, but because they were able to have somebody go in and get that battle res and have it like that was just extreme good presence of mind and quick reactions to be able to get Max up before. Once your tank goes down, you're on a very, very short clock before things become a disaster that you can't recover from. And somehow Complexity Limit was able to fit a battle res into that timer, whereas Perplexed was not really able to do so.
So while you don't have battle res classes on your comp, so Warlocks, Druids, or Death Knights, the ability to be able to res your tank once they do go down in an MDI scenario is very scary. Because you have to be, what is it, like 5 yards? And you have to be within 5 yards, and it's like a 6-second cast or something like that.
You have to run into melee where all these mobs that now hate you are standing, ready to kill you. And, luckily the hunters don't have too much threat themselves. Their pets have a lot of the threat. And they also have the ability to turtle res. I'm not sure if we saw that come out. It was a little bit hard to see what exactly was going on there, but that can be a good way to get that done without there being too much risk. But it needs to be done quickly before more people start to die, because that timer is usually very short if there's a big pull going on. Complexity Limit, another big pull here, handled beautifully by them. No on-death affixes here, so they're really not limited in terms of how big they can pull, especially with Tyrannical active instead of Fortified. And you can see they've just pulled the entire corridor here all at once, taking it all down.
Fired Up actually didn't use his combustion for this pull, even though he had it up the whole entire time. And I think this is one of the reasons that people, whenever they talk about mages, talk about why they are not seen in the MDI as frequently, because both Eric and Atrocity used multiple uses of their aspect of the wild cooldown, where Fired Up has to maintain that combustion throughout the whole entire pull. So it's just consistency of damage versus burst damage. But there's obviously a reason. You have to have some balance between consistent damage and burst damage, unless you play a hunter, which you have both all the time. But
all right, we now should get to see Fired Up actually with that combustion popped, and we'll see what he can do combusting into Azurok with all the trash and the boss ads around him. Binding Shot will be able to keep those boss ads under the boss for a while, allow them to catch on fire, and you can see Fired Up every single second there when his Ignite is ticking.
Ooh, that's a fat Ignite.
Just going right up on those meters with all of this Masterful Corruption. That is doing huge amounts of damage to everything. And that, look at that. That is the mage doing the mage thing there. Huge amounts of single target damage that also kills everything around the target. Great showing there from the best that the class can do. But like you mentioned, the trade-off is that it doesn't get to do this every single pull. It needs to have the cooldown up. But he is playing the Minute Mage variant, which means he'll have it up roughly every minute instead of roughly every 2 minutes.
Yep. Like I was saying before the tanks died, Kindling and Vision of Perfection Minor allows you to get your cooldown up, and it lines up roughly with World Vein Resonance if you are casting Fireball throughout the duration.
Yeah, you can see fired up just about back to a second combustion. The way that they generally play this is they still have a bigger combustion, with a font of power and a hyper thread wrist straps activation every 2 minutes, and then they get a mini combustion in every minute instead. But I'm actually not sure what Trinket's Fire is playing. I'm not sure if he's got time to channel fonts of power in this setting.
So he's playing Badge and Vita.
Okay, yeah. So he's not even playing. He's not playing Azar's Font of Power, which means that his damage is even less like the traditional mage damage profile, and a little bit more kind of on demand and less setup required than that traditional mage package. So I think that's a big part of how they were able to bring this mage into their comp here, is by adapting it into a bit more of a general use spec rather than a scalpel.
You do see Perplexed here. They do snap Void Weaver Malthier into that wall. They're pulling Malthier towards Azrock. They're probably going to kill Malthier nearby, and then you're going to see the tank most likely go out by himself and engage Azrock to be able to get all of the fixates on top of him. Okay, actually no, all of the teammates from Perplexed.
Yeah, they're going out first so that they can grab the trash and pull it into Azrock, instead of just going straight into Azrock here. Complexity Limit, meanwhile, have not fought any awakened enemies yet, which means that there's a very good chance that they are planning to... Actually, you know what? Given the fact they have a mage, they might not be planning to kite. They might just be planning to 4 obelisk with boss here in this dungeon. I believe it is a possibility with their composition, and Complexity Limit is the team that has done the most 4 obelisks with bosses in dungeons where other teams have refused to do it. For instance, Mechagon Workshop is a dungeon where in the MDI Cups, Complexity Limit was the only team to successfully 4 obelisks with the last boss, as far as I know.
Okay, so look at that. On the side of Complexity Limit, you see the misdirection coming out onto Max. Eric is tagging these Technician and this War Machine to be able to pull the trash right on top of the boss.
This is
normally pretty scary, but this is big value for Complexity Limit, because Fired Up is able to spell steal off this overclock buff off the War Machine and then pump all of the damage into his combustion. He is getting insane value just because of the ability to be able to gain that overclock buff over other compositions such as the Triple Hunter.
Yeah, look at that damage here. And you see those numbers and you're thinking, oh, it's just AoE. There were only 3 targets here. This damage is not AoE damage. It's not AoE bad. He's just actually doing... Oh, goodness, Atrocity disengages right through a bomb, barely survives.
So... For others who don't really know, a meta strategy for live realms even now is to now start pulling a bunch of mobs into VMZ because of that overclock buff and just the ability to be able to spell steal on the mage. It just increases the power of a zone that is normally not pulled because the Sky Scorchers are scary. But whenever you're able to get what even is the overclock buffs? Is it 50%?
It's
whenever you're able to get a
boatload of haste, right?
Yeah. Whenever you're able to get like a significant amount of haste. It translates to damage really well, and you see Fired Up here doing 200k DPS here. Now another War Machine and more Technicians are being able to
Unfortunately,
get
they interrupted the overcharge there. That may have been a stun or something that was unplanned.
Now Fired Up, passively, aggressively, in voice being like, thanks, guys. I really appreciate you kicking that or stunning that. I'm not at all upset. There's no way for me to be upset. I don't know why you'd ever think that I'm mad about this. I just have my combustion rolling.
That's a very mage thing to do.
All right, so now you actually see Bricks of Flux Flame dropping sub 10%. Complexity Limit's going to be able to finish this off momentarily. Perplexed has actually pulled something in the a bunch of masterminds and assistants over here on the side after.
Yeah, the research and development wing. This is not something where we see a lot of trash generally
pulled.
pulled, but some teams have decided to use this. And this is actually, I think, is something that Perplexed and Paint for Femme both did when this strategy was first pioneered that they're using. And the reason that they're doing this instead of what Complexity Limit's doing is they can get more trash from the rest of the dungeon, whereas Complexity Limit needs to get a lot of trash from the VMZ because I think they're planning to either kite the obelisk, or to maybe kite the obelisk here.
So what is certain, though, with Perplex being at 85% enemy forces count, is that they are not going to be kiting Awakened mobs. Just because of how
killed
much...
an Awakened mob as well. That also brings that probability down pretty close to 0. Complexity Limit, yeah, you're right. It's 50-50. They could kite, or they could try and 4 obelisk.
The advantage of having a mage on your team is that their potency at being able to kill Awakened mobs is actually really high. So having one mage double hunter, you're able to taunt the Urgroth Spirit Breaker casts. The limiting factor is probably going to be like the kicks from Malthier, but even then,
Even then, you can feign them.
It's hard to say.
You can feign them.
Yeah.
You can reflect them. There's a lot of players on whom
Ice
you
block.
don't actually have to interrupt in this composition. I think this might be the ideal composition to 4 Obelisk with Boss. Triple Hunter's good for it too, and we've seen Triple Hunter actually do it in Motherlode before, but the Mage just makes it so that you're in that dangerous phase for so much less time because of how effective Combust is at ending that phase quickly.
Yeah. All right. So now you actually do see here Fired Up getting his combustion back up. Another double War Machine pull on the side of Complexity Limit. There's a lot of Sky Scorchers in this pull, and that's fairly dangerous, but Max doing a good job of being able to soak those lines from those Sky Scorchers. You do see the combustion going off from Fired Up. All this trash starting to burn down fairly quickly as he starts to catch up with these Hunters in their damage. And now all of this trash is going to perish. It looks like they're going to reach 100% trash count, so the likelihood of them kiting Awakened
more
mobs,
likely, yeah.
Exactly. I definitely agree. Now you have Perplexed here, getting Rix's Flux Flame to 30%. Complexity Limit is about to start pulling Mogul Razdunk right now, though.
Yeah, Complexity Limit entirely in their court here. If they can do this properly, whatever their strategy is, and it looks like it will be a kite here. You can see by the way that Twisted is pre-positioning that he's going to be attempting to get threat on these 2 Obelisks, and the rest of the team getting far away there. They will be misdirecting the left 2 Obelisks over towards Twisted. Twisted getting threat on the right ones, uses Life Cocoon to give himself a little bit of a buffer and generate some healing threat as it gets eaten through. And now yeeting on out of there, running away as the rest of the team now has to do this fight without taking too much damage from stuff like Volcanic, because of course they no longer have a healer with them. Fired Up, playing that mage. Normally mages have huge amounts of self-healing in their combustion, and so they can just kind of turret and stand still. But with the World Vein Major instead of the Elusive Major, they don't actually have access to that. So Fired Up is still going to have to be careful even when he's combusting in order to avoid mechanics while Twisted is kiting here.
Ooh, okay. So now Atrocity and Eric both dropped pretty low, where Twisted is running away. He's going to be looking to set a Transcendence here momentarily to be able to kite back across the water. That oil or water near Rix's room is fairly dangerous. You see the Transcendence go down right there. And so now he's getting all of the mobs grouped up a little bit more tight-knit, and he's going to be making a circle to be able to get Urgroth allowed to kind of catch back up with the rest of the party. You see him off to the side near the Transcendence right here. Now Twisted pops a movement speed increase in the form... what is the movement speed increase? Tiger's Lust.
Yeah.
He pops a Tiger's Lust to be able to run away, and now he is out of danger momentarily. Ooh, looks like a cast is going off on him, but it's fine.
No, he's able to range that, and a great performance there from Twisted. Very technical work there, because you need to make sure that you're keeping Urgroth close enough to you that he doesn't snap to you or the rest of your party. And so the problem with these mobs is that they spread out a little bit, because Urgroth spends so much time casting Dark Fury that he'll get far behind all the others that don't have casts like that. And that means that you have this rough situation of Urgroth sometimes just being far enough away that he will then snap. So great job here by doing these circles of keeping Urgroth close to where the others are and looping back towards where he is.
Yep. So now these double Sky Scorchers have been down here momentarily. Mogul Razdunk is going to do his final crash down ability. You see Fired Up entering that ice block to make sure he doesn't take any more damage. And now Complexity Limit, it's going to be just a burn on Mogul Razdunk himself. Perplexed have pulled Razdunk. You do see them finishing up a couple of obelisks. So basically they're just hoping that Complexity Limit has a mistake. Mogul Razdunk is very scary for teams that are kiting obelisks, because just a momentarily lapse and oh my goodness, this is very scary. Okay, Complexity Limit's going to be fine.
Fired Up here actually is also playing, I believe, above 60 corruption. I think he's got Mastery 3 on all of his gear that I can see. And I think that with the amount of cloak resistance that's on the Tournament Realm puts him solidly above 70 corruption. And it's just going to be... he's got one Masterful 2 in there to actually keep him below 80, but other than that, it should
clearly,
be above 60, yeah.
Clearly he's not above 80 because we would see the debuff on screen. Like, it would be on his player frame, right?
Yeah.
But yes, he definitely has a large amount of corruption. Mage, one of the best classes being able to deal with those adverse effects of corruption. Mogul Razdunk starting to drop pretty low here for Complexity Limit. Perplexed is close, but I think, unfortunately for them, those mistakes that happened at the very beginning of the instance are just going to come back.
Perplexed's done a great job here of closing this gap, and they do more damage here as they have that healer, and they don't have to all be defensive about everything. But it's just not going to be enough there in this intermission, and Complexity Limit is finished with the fight. Great job kiting there. Atrocity does get sniped by a rogue missile, but that is not going to be enough. Complexity Limit takes the first game.
That's right. Complexity Limit taking the victory in Motherlode right there. And you guys were mentioning, like, right at the end, and I know Zyro was probably looking at it very closely. That is a ton of corruption for the mage, Zyro. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. We've seen in the past that a lot of these classes are really hesitant to run just over 40 corruption, because just getting really bad RNG thing from beyond procs can one-shot your character if you don't have your cloak available. Running over 60, if that thing hits you, it also spawns an eye and does the corruption slow, which when you're at 76% corruption is like, it's like an 80% slow or something. So if you get hit by that at a bad time, you're just gonna die. Now, Mage is one of the best classes in the game at dealing with it. You have Frost Nova to stop the ad. You can blink away from your eye if it does hit you. You can also just Ice Block if you get, really unlucky. And it looks like it wasn't that much of an issue for him. But, we could, in that situation where Twisted's kiting around and you have a Mage up there with 76 corruption, if he just gets a couple bad things from beyond spawns during a Gatling gun, there's no way you're living through that.
Yeah, and again, I love the differences that we're seeing for so many of these teams to look at what is required for them to, one, make a difference, and two, how are they going to start differing from a lot of these other teams? And Dranos, the Mage pull seemed to work out incredibly well in their favor.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, yeah.
They won the
wanna
map.
hear.
Winning the
Yep.
map is definitely the goal.
Sure.
And so, that in that sense, it worked out well for them. On the other hand, things went horrifically badly for Perplexed on that first pull.
Yeah.
And I believe that they closed the gap over the rest of the dungeon. I think that if you looked at that aside, Perplexed, I think, had a faster time on everything else that was going on in the dungeon. So I don't think that it's necessarily an outcome that we can say, the Mage won this map. In fact, I think if you held everything else in equal, it looks like Perplexed combination of comp and strategy looked probably a little bit faster than what Complexity Limit was up to.
While even playing triple obelisk with the final boss, they played Malthier solo, and they played triple obby with the final boss. So, I think I definitely agree with what Dranos is saying there.
Well, there's definitely a trade-off, right? If you're kiting the last boss, you have to run the rebooting bit bands instead of the haste bit band, right? So you have to make sure you're healing each other rather than getting a little bit of extra damage out. So yeah,
And
they're
you
going to do a little less
missed the
damage
heal.
there in general. Yeah, and you also missed
fired
the
up
other
as
damage.
well. Has to play a logic loop, and logic loops are not good items for mages. Logic loops, 440 crit on those things. That is a curse statistic for the mage spec. So definitely makes the itemization a little bit worse on their side, but does save a lot of time when it works out. And Twisted did a great job of the kite. So I think that part of the strategy probably still a time saver for them. I'm just not sure about the whole rest of it.
Sure. Well, let's talk about that, the routing as well, and those mistakes as well, Zyro, as we check out the replay.
When we talk about the really good teams, especially your Wunderbars and Perplexed like we see in this series, the really great teams find a way to fix their issues and minimize their mistakes. So yes, even though Max does end up going down here to these Mechanized Peacekeepers, they're able to find a way to res him, and that really saves their run. Perplexed wasn't able to. They also had a DPS go down, and that kind of just crushed the run for them. You can see on these middle two bosses the power of the Fire Mage being able to cleave that combust onto these first four Earth Ragers, pumping up to 900k damage. Just the Ignite's probably taking for 350k there, pretty much soloing the Earth Ragers on his own. And then, of course, I love the double War Machine pull onto Rix of Flux Flame, being able to spell steal those overcharge casts, getting 100% increased haste. Once again, just carrying the damage on this boss. I think the Mages is just a particularly good pick for Motherlode in general, and I think if there was a little bit more precision with all of their pulls, they could probably have one of the faster Motherlode times in the tournament.
Interesting. All right. And now let's start looking ahead as well, because Motherlode was starting us off, but now we also have Atal'Dazar, which is usually just one of those lightning quick maps coming up onto this one. Titles haven't seen it yet in the tournament so far, but it's also been something that neither team has particularly been insane at when we saw it at the 19 level. Now we got a lot of time for practice and they can adjust their strategies here. But what are you thinking as we go into 21?
I wish to have these affixes for live keys. Skittish, Quaking, Fortified. That is a very swift dungeon that we will see. I believe the fastest that we saw in a 19 was a 955 at Atal'Dazar, posed by Wunderbar. It will be interesting to see if we see something that is going to be under 10 minutes. Even though it is a 21, I suspect that we will see something that's under 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I like the cat.
I like the cat as well. It's like Tettle's a cat in the background.
What are the dinosaurs at the bottom?
This win rate stat as well, I think it's a little bit, you have to take this with a grain of salt, right? Because Perplexed had to play against Wunderbar, right? And Complexity Limit did not have, they had more matches against lower seeded teams, I think, in it all than Perplexed did.
So while I will say that win rate and average completion time is not always the best statistic to be able to tell the difference between the two, average deaths is a fairly common statistic. The 4.67 coming out for Perplex versus the 0.5 for Complexity Limit. That's just like a huge differential in terms of like what the teams are probably going for into the dungeon. I do expect to see 4 obelisks kited on Yasma. I think that's a reasonable thing to expect, right?
Oh yeah,
I think
absolutely.
so. Yeah. At this point, with how much time that these guys have all had to practice and all the resources at their disposal to start studying up on those other teams, I think that they would be remiss if they weren't kiting throughout this, because it's just made it so much easier. And even despite having some of the weird timings or something like that with like the fires, teams have done a great job of figuring out how they can make it through those, how they can go back into the priest's room, kite all the way through without too much of a hitch. So I think we're going to have to see it from both of these teams. It's Atal'Dazar's getting ready between Complexity Limit and Perplexed.
Yes. So momentarily, all right. So we do have that right here. I think it's likely to see both teams immediately running towards the left side here on the opener. Oh, actually, no. Both. I lied to you. It is
Yeah, we have
fictional.
the Angry Toast snap available for both teams that we may see done here. So the way that this would work is a misdirection could be used to attack Razan, and yeah, that's going to snap Matt. Oh
Here we go.
No! Complexity Limit is having a very bad thing happen where they're all going to die, and they're going to use a battle res, and that person is then immediately going to die as well, and that is 6 deaths on the board for Complexity Limit.
Hey,
Right off
left
the
side of
bat.
the screen here. We got Perplexed. Did pull off the Angry Toe Snap where they ran it straight down mid. Pulled the triple Dino pack into Razan. Like Dratnus was stating, use the Hunter Misdirection to be able to snap the tank towards the boss, because that's how the snapping ends up working out for Razan himself. And it was just a great showing by Perplexed. They had a binding shot to make sure that everything was going to stay grouped. The SARS got blown up very quickly.
Yeah, on the side of Complexity Limit, however, things have taken a turn for the worse. They have now secured 2% by pulling a Sword Pull by itself. However, it cost them Atrocity's life. And they're now coming back down here to pull Razan again. The silver lining is that their Bloodlust was not used the first time, but the reverse silver lining is that they are still so far behind.
Do not know if I would describe anything here as a silver lining, unfortunately. Complexity Limit very, very far behind now, just due to how poorly that first pull did go. Fortunately enough for them, though, there's a lot of room for mistakes in this dungeon, and especially with how aggressive Perplexed is probably going to be looking to pull it. If you're Complexity Limit, you just kind of have to hope that the other team is going to make a mistake. Where Perplexed, if they just play their game plan and do it clean and consistent like they've been doing in practice, then they should be able to pull this off.
Yeah, Complexity Limit now needs to... They both need to play well from here, and they need something to go wrong for Perplex in order to make their way back into this game. But those could both happen. That is definitely a possibility in Perplexed. You know, that average death statistic that we saw from them of about 5, you know, that indicates an amount of sloppiness in this dungeon that could work to Complexity Limit's advantage.
So here's a substantial pull from Perplex. So they're pulling, I believe it's double Confessor, double Augur, and then you have a Colossus into this pull. And you do see they are focusing down this Colossus as best they can to make sure it doesn't get bolstered up. Oh, a Juggernaut charge ends up going off, but it ends up hitting the Magus, or one of the minions for the Death Knights. It does end up hitting that instead, so everything's going to be fine for Perplex. They down that pull very cleanly, and now are making their way towards the Priestess Alunza area. Complexity Limit still on Razan.
We might be on pace here for a faster time than Wunderbar's at all. The way that Perplex is doing this, there are only 2 minutes and 45 seconds in here, and they already have more than half of their trash count, and they're working on now the second boss. This could be an incredible pace from Perplexed, if all goes well.
It's pretty scary with the Juggernaut there, but you do see Swag doing a good job of making sure that he is the only person who is at range of that Juggernaut to allow the cast to go on him. Alternatively, you can use stuns such as Asphyxiate or Shockwave or whatever on that cast from the Juggernaut whenever it is going off to be able to stop its charge. You do see it go off again. Again, Swag doesn't end up going down during the transfusion, so you make sure that he's disengaging away from it, dodging it, doing a great job there of making sure that he's able to stay alive in what is a very scary moment.
Yeah, you do have to be extremely careful of those Juggernauts, especially sometimes you can stun them as they're charging, and then when they get out of the stun, they'll just still do their AOE thing, and that means you have to be really careful with when you stun them if that is your plan. A better plan, I think, is what Perplex did there of having just Swag bait all of them, and that way, you know, he could be ready to dodge.
Complexity Limit here on the other side, the right side of your screen, is actually doing double Colossus pull. Atrocity ends up going down, but I think this is probably going to be the end of the pull. Once Atrocity ends up going down, Eric ends up dying, Fired Up, and Twisted Max. It's going to be full team wipe for Complexity
This
Limit.
is
That
a
would have been a
huge pull,
sick
though,
pull
on the side of Complexity Limit. If that had worked out for them, that would have made a substantial amount of the gap back up. You have to wonder if this was part of their strategy all along, or if this is them saying, all right, we got to do that one thing that we couldn't quite get to be consistent in practice because we're so far behind. And, you know, because we've lost all the count from our first pull of the dungeon that we didn't successfully execute.
Yep, Perplexed here, doing a pretty big snap. It looks like Swag's pet's not on the ledge there. Okay, now his pet has now arrived at the ledge. If you're a hunter in this dungeon, you actually want to use a flying animal companion because they're able to make their way onto that lip a little bit easier. You actually do see Swag electing to run that pterodactyl animal companion to be able to snap his pet onto that lip just a little bit easier.
Meanwhile, Complexity Limit are just having the saddest time right now. They are fighting 3 enemies all by themselves. They've done 3 crash pulls in this dungeon, and they're going to come out of all 3 of them with a combined like 13% trash count. 11% is going to be that number. This is brutal to watch. From Complexity Limit. The good news is, no matter how bad things go for them in this dungeon, they won that first game. They will get the opportunity to bounce back in that third match, but I don't see how they can take this game back unless something just unbelievably bad happens multiple times to Perplexed.
11% count versus 100% count.
Yes,
so this
I'm
means
not a
that
math
Perplexed
scientist, but I do think I'd prefer to be on the 100% side of things here.
Yeah, around these parts we call those math magicians.
Ah, okay.
I guess. Anyways, so you do have Perplexed here, downing these totems. Since they are at 100% count, they're absolutely kiting the Awakened Obelisks. So I think
a little
that's
careful
like
here. Some of these totems are getting very low, while another was still at 50% health, but they're doing a good job of swapping over to that. Of course, once you bring one of these totems to 0, you have to get the other 2 down very quickly, or else the first one will regenerate to full health, and then you'll get a beautiful effect of going around the room, going for the one that just healed, and multiple can heal after that. It can be very bad.
Complexity Limit's just kind of standing here, waiting,
trying to
figure out what to pull next.
Trying to figure out what to do, and
they're gearing up for the double Colossus pull again. You actually did see Atrocity there misdirecting Max. In all honesty, if they're able to pull this off, this is a sick pull.
Especially even without those
trash
mobs that they've cleared out individually here, this is still a very challenging pull. Dazara Colossus do not mess around. They have that cast that they'll channel on somebody, which basically murders them. However, and Complexity Limit is able to deal with it, it looks like. Those Colossi are getting big, but they are going to be dealt with and taken care of.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a cool pull. Unfortunately enough, it comes a little bit too little too late, I will say. Perplex here, getting Volk Hall, sub 30%. He should be going down here momentarily. They're not all going to have Shadow Meld available yet, are they? Okay, well, I guess maybe they will. Divines is coming up here in just a moment.
Yeah, that Shadow Meld is a pretty powerful effect.
Well, they need to get
back
out of
this room.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they need otherwise they would have to have somebody pulled to the side. I mean, yeah, you do only need the one Shadow Meld to get out here, but it's faster if everybody has it. Because they can just all go instead of having to spend time coordinating it, yeah.
Divine's Meld, everybody's Meld is back up. So now they are running their way through, foregoing killing any of these troll side mobs. I think this is actually a pretty good strategy. I wonder if anybody's actually going to pull the undead mobs on top of Razan later on.
Yeah, we saw
maybe
that.
Not,
that
since you just get all count
strategy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the team that first showed us that Razan misdirection snap, and they pulled slightly different trash onto Razan than most teams have been doing.
The mid pack is probably where all the teams.
I imagine that the top teams have all tried all kinds of different pulls onto Razan and concluded that the mid stuff is the play.
All right, so Zamak here.
Yeah, you can see all of those awakened enemies running over towards Zamak on the side of Reflex. They will be doing this snap strategy. And yeah, Zamak transcends out of the room and will be bringing these awakened enemies with him.
So this cast that he takes is actually intentional, and the reason for it to be intentional is because he's trying to gain enough healing threat on all these mobs. So he's making sure that he isn't topped going into the pull. He's making sure that he's getting taking some damage, because you have to be able to actually heal back up through your health bar to be able to gain healing threat. It looks like a mob hit Yasma. One of the Soul Rend ads hit Yasma. This is
This is not
Very
good.
scary
Yeah,
from Perplex.
Look how low on health the Shine and Wolf Disco
Oh
are.
my
and
God.
There's going to be another Soul Rend here in a second. They're almost to the second Soul Rend here of the fight. There it is, starting to cast. A Shine is at 22% health.
Oh, healing threat. Oh my God, the DK's got healing threat. That's okay. Well, that's going to be a wipe.
That is going to be a wipe for Perplexed. Now, the good news for Perplexed is that Complexity Limit is still, 3 or 4 expansions behind here. They're still working on Wrath of the Lich King while Perplexed here in Battle for Azeroth. So I think Perplexed has time to have another pull go wrong, maybe 2. But, this is Complexity Limit is starting to get the opportunity to come back here. If another pull goes wrong for Perplexed, they might be back into this, and they're doing a massive pull actually on the side of Complexity Limit to try and make this up here. I wonder at what point Perplexed.
Wait, there's a mid pack. So that was part of the first pull of the instance that they did, and now it is currently in this pack. So they were trying very hard to catch back up.
And that's good. You see their count is advancing here. They're getting close to 100% count. They just need to do full call, and then they will be caught up here and able to pull Yasmin themselves. So they are still maybe 3 or 4 minutes behind where Perplexed are, but Perplexed has this very difficult job to execute here, this pull, and things could easily go wrong for them just in the same way. And if that happens again, they're going to be in big trouble. I think that what their best path to winning this match for sure would have been to actually just go and clear out an obelisk or 2 and then just fight Yasmin with 1 or 2 obelisks. I don't think they would have any chance of losing if they'd been keeping tabs on just how far behind Complexity Limit was. However, very hard to dedicate your time in match to thinking about those things instead of thinking about just executing your route as well as possible.
So something that's actually interesting that I noticed the first time it happened is that Swag had his pets on the Awakened mobs and was actually hitting them with his pets, and I don't know if that actually messed up Zamok's kite or not. Because the pets could have ripped threat off of Zamok, causing him to have more problems being able to get everything grouped. Whereas this time, Swag had his pets in that feign death, play dead mode while he's misdirecting all the threat to Zamok. So it's hard to say what exactly happened there, but that is something that I did notice was done differently.
I think the reason that the healing threat was such an issue was because that ad connected with Yasma, and that led to everybody having to heal themselves way more.
That is also a main problem. The Soul Rend ad hitting the boss was the biggest issue for sure.
And you can see this time they're doing a better job of not letting that happen. Shine, though, going very low on health there. I think that may have been a connection with a thing from beyond. It does survive, though, that big hit.
So something that is interesting, because there are no intrusive affixes in terms of on death or whatever, on death affixes, Zamok is able to get a path cleared out to where he is able to run towards the bottom area and run laps around the Razan room. So in the past, we've seen teams have to run up towards the Priestess Alunza area to be able to get good amounts of space, but without that,
Perplex is having awakened enemies snap back again. Once again, they have awakened enemies.
No.
24% health on Yasma. If they can finish off Yasma without a healer, they will be okay. But casts are going through Voidweaver Malthair on the members of their team. Yasma will soon be casting Soul Rend. Yasma at 19% now. Wolf Disco still. Ads are connecting with Yasma.
That's gonna be a wipe.
It's going to be a full team wipe for Perplexed. However, they still have time here. Complexity Limit are making their way to Volcall. They'll be pulling Volcall soon, but Perplexed are so they have another opportunity at this. If they can kill this boss on the next pull, they will still win the match. If they wipe again, Complexity Limit will have the opportunity here.
How many expansions ahead would you describe this as for Perplexed still? 1 expansion ahead?
It definitely looks like they're doing their best to get into the Shadowlands.
I see. All right, so Perplexed gearing up for what is yet again another attempt at Yasma. I think that this is a good point to point out that doing these strategies is actually incredibly daunting and incredibly challenging. And while these teams make it look seamless, and sometimes it looks so seamless to a point where people believe it can be boring, this is exactly why it is so hard, and everything that we watch on screen is actually just like a feat of beauty, because it requires so much practice and so much timing, and how precise all the movements are for these speed runs inside of the Mythic Dungeons. It just looks great whenever it's executed perfectly.
Yeah,
and Perplexed here, making sure that they do 4 Awakened mobs with Yasma is so hard.
The roughest part of this as well is once you've wiped, you're like, okay, we got to do that again, except without Bloodlust or Army
without
of the Dead.
Bloodlust.
Yeah, and you're just like, It's much, much worse to do it the second time. It's still doable, but Swag is down on the side of Perplexed already. They do have 2 battle reses, so they're going to be able to get him up. That actually is not going to cost them very much at all here, except for that battle res, which will probably not end up mattering. They're probably not going to need to use both their battle reses later in this fight either. Divine, though, taking quite a lot of damage here on pull. Able to survive so far, and Zamak going 3rd time's the charm. Kiting is going to work this time for sure.
Do you want to explain why the mobs are snapping back to the group, Gratnos?
Yeah, so I believe it to be a healer threat issue.
Yes.
Yes. And there it has happened once again. Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos has disappeared. And I believe the culprit is the Skittish Affix. I think that the Skittish Affix is causing... Actually, you know what? That shouldn't matter because
look at the Shine's healing though.
Threat. Skittish should actually be helpful for this because it means the tank shouldn't be as likely to snap everything back. But yeah, everybody in the Bloss Arena is having to like Death Strike, and they're having Exil and Health Stone and Health Potion to keep themselves alive. And Zamak has just not generated that much threat on these enemies, so those mobs are just snapping right back once those other people are the top on the threat table. And yeah, Complexity Limit are now in the position to win here. They have the Bloodlust. They're going to be pulling Yasma before Perplex does. If they can do what Perplex doesn't, then they will be winning here in this game. That is remarkable.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty rough. So now you see Complexity Limit. They do have Bloodlust available. They have both of their Army of the Deads available. So in terms of like a pure damage race, they should out DPS Perplexed here. Now, like we've seen a couple of times, kiting the Awakened mobs on a 21 is definitely the challenge. And that's ultimately going to be the scariest part, is making sure that all of those Awakened mobs get out seamlessly, and then also making sure that your Spirit Men's, making sure that your Death Strikes don't end up ripping healing threat off of your healer.
Yeah, Spirit Men shouldn't be too much of a problem because I think that threat is actually assigned to the pet. Although
is it reappropriated to the pet? Okay, sure. Interesting.
But the other effects, are I think the problem. And it's unlike in the Motherlode, there's not really like that toxic puddle that you can step in to take a little bit of damage. There's basically no damage instance that Twisted wants to take here from these things, right? That would be a huge problem. And I don't actually see Urgroth. Okay, Urgroth is still there. Twisted needs to not get too far ahead of Urgroth because Urgroth will potentially snap.
Is casting Dark Fury.
And he's going to have to just run here and just YOLO it, I think. Pops the dampen and just runs through the fire. But on the plus side,
behind. he does have a lot of healing to be able to do to himself since he did pop that dampen and run through the fire. So
yeah, genius
him
play.
topping himself.
Genius play on the side there of Complexity Limits. Twisted. And you can see Yasma's actually almost dead on their side because they had all those cooldowns on pull, whereas Perplexed did not have access to them. Although I do still see Bloodlust available.
So where's Urgroth?
Did they actually forget to pop their Bloodlust, or
no, there's Urgroth.
Oh no, they lusted, but it was after Twisted was out of range.
Yeah, so we couldn't see the observers couldn't see the stated debuff.
Yeah,
so it's like it makes a lot of sense. Perplexed here is they finally look like they have this kiting down perfectly, whereas Complexity Limit, they're making their way. Did you pull an auger? Was that a wildfire I saw going? Or was that a wildfire I saw going?
Yeah, there's Dazar Augur and Dazar Juggernaut joining the party here for Twisted, but it doesn't really matter, right? If you're kiting already anyways, it doesn't really matter.
As long as there's a mob snap to him. Yeah,
especially, something like a wildfire could be a survivable enough point of damage that you can generate some healing threat. But yeah, Yasma 6%, 5%. Complexity Limit somehow are going to win this game.
2-0?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, this is like one of the most wild games we had ever seen. We're like, Atal'Dazar, it's going to be a great quick dungeon. There's going to be all kinds of big pulls that happen, but sometimes those big pulls go terribly wrong. Sometimes all of the obelisks being pulled with the last boss goes terribly wrong 2 or 3 times. But man, that's going to blow up some of our statistics as we look at them next time here, Zyro.
How did that just happen?
Wow. Stuck in the fight. They stayed in it.
I mean, first of all, obviously I'm excited for my guildies, but you got to feel for Perplexed here. They ended their cup season on a high, right? They took out Wunderbar. They won a cup series. They were on a super high note, and then to come out and just not play the way we know you can play in this series is it's really unfortunate to see them have struggles with Yasma. This kiting is it's so out of character for them.
I really liked how Twisted ended up. I really liked Twisted's route. I think going and finding active ways to take extra damage is like absolutely like the play, because whatever it was, whether Skittish was favorable or not favorable, Smok kept losing threat. Like, no matter how you shake it, Smok kept losing threat. Things kept snapping back. And at that point, just popping Dampen Harm, running through flames, topping himself off, taking a little bit of extra damage when he could from some of like the puddles, or grabbing the auger as well, like you pointed out, Dradnotes. I think that made things so much more consistent.
Yeah, I think that the pathing they took as well was the better pathing. Of the kite, that is, going up and around the fire steps instead of down into the Razan pit. That looked like it gave them a better opportunity to keep them nice in groups and take a little bit of incidental damage that was definitely survivable in order to generate some healing threat.
I think down to the Razan pit's going to reduce your chance of getting out of range of Urgroth, though, normally.
Maybe, but you can do the like turn right when you get to the top of the stairs thing to group up Urgroth.
Yeah.
That's what we've seen done on that before, and I think that generating that healing threat is just really, really, really valuable. And there's not a similar way to do it if you're going down to Razan's pit. I guess you can't really take fall damage though, because then you'll snap mobs. So yeah, there's no way to do it.
So, I mean, and at that point, we even saw how Twisted was waiting. He wasn't waiting to align the fires appropriately. He was waiting for Urgroth the entire time before he ended up running through that fire gauntlet. So, Zyro, there's a lot to talk about through that dungeon. What do you got for the highlights, lowlights?
I mean, I got to pick.
You got a lot to pick from.
Yeah, there's a lot to pick from here. Initially, I was like, well, let's not clip anything because it's just going to be a clean match from Perplexed, but yeah, that didn't end up happening. Of course, the first wipe from Complexity Limit isn't in this clip series, but it looked like Max just got hit in the back when he got ported down to Razan. That's what happened. And then after that, you don't ever wear your cooldown, so you can't set up for that pull. So they were just so far behind at that point. And Perplexed just couldn't get it together. People were getting hit by spiders. Interrupts were being missed. Oh, they even ended up snapping the Awakened mobs back to the boss on one of their wipes. And, just to show how far behind Complexity Limit was from that first wipe, they needed all 3 wipes from Perplexed to win this dungeon, and just ended up happening for them.
I really like how they specifically, Tettles, outside of Complexity Limit, waited for cooldowns to be up. They had, after they had the first wipe, they had wiped again trying to grab the double Colossi. But then they kind of learned their lesson, and they actually ended up, waiting, prepping, and then doing it right at that point. That they steadily started making some progress back into it. But yeah, like Zyra said, they needed to have those wipes in order to get back and have a chance.
Oh yes. Having to pull a 3-pack of trash in the MDI is not what you hope to do ever. So yeah, I would say that Perplexed definitely left a lot to be desired. Complexity Limit, I think they kind of gifted that second match. But hey, nevertheless, a win's a win. They take the series 2-0.
I think that there was a tactical mistake as well made by Perplexed here. Like, I think that they should have been watching the stream even with the 2-minute delay. They should have identified, hey, we have 7 minutes of wiggle room here. The only way we can lose this match is by repeatedly wiping to Yasma with 4 obelisks being kited. Let's go and do some obelisks, and then let's go do Yasma. Because they had 2 obelisks that were completely clear to trash. They could have just done those obelisks, killed Yasma with 2 awakened enemies with it, and that would have been easy for them to do, and they would have still had 3 or 4 minutes to spare. But they decided to just do their strategy, even with the risk, and it cost them.
That's right, and it cost them big. Now, that is, of course, going to be our final series of the day, as tomorrow we will be seeing the next round of the upper semis. Wunderbar, Ethical, Golden Guardians, and Complexity Limit all won today, so they will be continuing on through those upper semis. We have Goosey Bad, Deplete from Beyond, The Boys, and Perplexed, all facing elimination in the second part of our day, followed by 2 more elimination rounds in the lower quarter. So lots of eliminations going to be coming up tomorrow, Titles, to see who's going to be able to hang in on this one.
Hot dog NA is good. Man, oh man, where is Nagura? Call Nagura, she's crying because we got 3 NA teams in the upper bracket, baby.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, yeah.
Whoa, yeah, indeed. That's a really rough first day, actually, for the European region. A bunch of teams that we thought were going to be very strong here, but, Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed in particular, I think, surprising to see both of them lose.
It is surprising, without question, to start seeing some of those matches get dropped. And I think you also have to look at Maybe I think it's got to be the additional practice time in many cases, Zyro. We've kind of talked in the past about how preparation can make more or less of a difference for some teams depending on what their real life situation's looking like. But Ethical came in absolutely nerves of steel right there. They didn't balk, they didn't get frustrated, and same thing with Complexity Limit. Both of those American region teams moving on despite critical and rough mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, I agree with what Tuttle said earlier. Complexity Limit definitely got gifted that map, but being able to come back in the Motherlode was just, once again, nerves of steel. We saw what we expected out of Golden Guardians. They're still probably the best team in North America by far, but, we loved what we saw from them. And yeah, I mean, this is looking good for the North American region. They definitely have improved a lot since the 2019 season.
Yeah, and just goes to show how well that preparation has been able to carry forward. And for our broadcast tomorrow, it's going to be starting once again at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I believe that's 1900 CEST titles. Yeah, time zones. Nagura's not here, so I can't actually ask her.
I wasn't listening, but yes, I'm going to nod my head. I was sitting here reading chat. Somebody said Wonder Bar.
We hadn't even hit that point.
What a great
that was
name.
actually what was going to happen today. Was I just have like Nagura and Tettles going back and forth on Wunderbar or like Wonder Bar.
Wonder Bar. I like the name Wonder Bar.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm gonna nod my head.
Thank you. You just be like the duck just dipping into the little cup of water and stuff. Just like, what do you think, Tettles? Like, yep. He sounds great.
Yep.
Anyway, you know what also sounds great? We're going to be wrapping up for the day, and we will continue, like I mentioned, for tomorrow to see 4 teams get eliminated and 4 of them move on. So thank you so much for joining us for day number 1 of the MDI Global Finals. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, 1900 CEST. Thank you for watching.